I mean,
So
again, I think
I'm
guns
just
are
really
cool.
confused on
I
where you're
literally play
coming from
video
that.
games all the time with guns, and I shoot things all the time. I love guns. Guns are cool. Is Nazism a mental disorder?
And 1 second, Charmhole, you've been banned for the night.
It was nice talking with y'all.
Wow, cancel culture again.
Twitch.tv/charmhole.
All right, so let's jump in. Okay, so here we go.
Really? All right, awesome.
Hey, you're on stream, just so you know.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Ron?
Hey.
You don't know me, by the way, but I'm just saying hi.
Yeah, no clue. But all right, so let's do it. If I have mods out there, if you could start pulling in people, if we do have mods available, you can start pulling in people from the
full screen. Give me a sec.
The waiting room. Yeah, that'd be quite helpful. Is it a walk on? Anyway, yeah, so you'll see. Exclamation open to all. This is an open walk on panel. We're honest members like you. Yes, you may participate. Join the Discord server. Go into the robot waiting room so that you can be let in. There's a Discord link for your convenience. We'd love to see you here. But yeah, if we have mods or something that can put people in who want to join. Okay. Looks like something that's already been taken care of. All right, great. All right, we're almost to capacity. If you have cameras, people, now's the time. Turn on the cameras. It's quite helpful when you do that. All right, and yeah, so let's switch over.
Where's Wiggle? Where's Wiggle? We need to talk. Where's Wiggle, bro?
Man,
where is that guy, bro?
Wiggle was on something else tonight.
We banned him.
I don't know what type of force Wiggle is being carried hard. How do you guys let it just happen that way, man?
What?
Wiggle just goes scot free every
what do you mean scot free?
Wiggle, he's cute. That's how it is.
I don't know how Wiggle
he took some abuse.
He escapes. He didn't abuse.
Hell yeah!
Escapes everything.
Grown ass man coming in and screaming at him, calling him stupid.
He finds a way out of it, bro.
Would someone like to give a bit of what's the context between that? I heard that there was a shitstorm.
Pretty much.
From the objective party, which I'm going to assume is Prime. Can I get a a synopsis?
I'm fucking feeling.
He wiggled his way into Fanatic's piece and just obliterated him while he wasn't.
So we aren't gonna do a whole thing about this, right? So I want to handle this off stream.
Okay,
so,
that's fine.
Yeah,
I endorse your choices, something like that.
Yeah.
That word. Do you?
Yeah, but yeah, we just had disagreement during the All Black Everything panel, and drama ensued. But hopefully we can get it worked out, and so that all the individuals can participate, because we really respect them all. We always love having them around. So yeah, so we'll leave it at that. But yeah, thanks all for being here. Thanks Azzy for coming in and stirring in the fucking pot. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Bird Lawyer, for coming through. Haven't seen you in a while, Bird Lawyer. Nice to have you back. Thank you, Charmhole, for being here. A goddamn level 3. Tier 3 sub, which we have very few of those. So gotta shout you out. Thank you so much, dude. I don't know.
Wait, am I not a tier 3 sub?
Are you?
You ain't bot, I know.
Well, I donated them, so it makes me better.
Everybody check them.
Yeah. I mean, you donated tier 3 subs.
I felt like she was gonna say something like, "I'm better somehow."
Yeah, and then so thank you so much, Charmhole, for being so kind. Next, of course, we have Clearest. Clearest, thanks for coming back. Being here on a regular basis, really appreciate that. You coming through.
Yep.
We got Feline Father. Dude, like your background just like keeps changing. Like, what's going on? Like, now
hey, I just moved in with my parents, helping out my mom. I'm still moving and shit. It's evolving, you know what I'm saying?
I love you. Feline, you make me laugh all the time. Just you.
Hey, goddamn! Why was hey? What the fuck?
I don't know. You make me laugh.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just your twist of phrasing. It makes me Makes me laugh every time.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I'm not like laughing at you. I'm like laughing with you.
No, that's cool. It's cool. I mean, no different than like usual, so it's all right.
Okay. Well, buddy, dude, I really appreciate you coming through. Katarana, thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate you being here as well. Thank you for coming through. And thank you for gifting tier 3 subs. Not the same as being a tier 3 sub, but thank you for gifting them.
It's better to being a tier 3 sub if you donate 10 of them. Don't people walk around the block, Brian.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on. Leah just donate again? Leah's just throwing the stimmy. She got the stimulus, didn't she?
Yeah, she didn't donate again.
Not
like recently. I mean, she donated afterwards, but like, not afterwards. But anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's the same 24.
Yeah. It's the same massive amount of money she
infuses into. Large. I'm scrolling.
You're scrolling past all her subs. I can't
already started.
get to the conversation. It's just Leah's just taking up the whole thing.
Where does it end?
I've had someone one time. Well, actually, so one time someone came in here and donated 100 bits, and then 100 bits, 100 subs. Another time someone came in here to donate 200 subs. And that was the same day. Damn. So it was 300 subs, just boom in the channel. Yeah.
I guess Mr. Beast really likes you.
Nope. I wish.
Hey, my grandma gave me $50 for my last birthday, so.
Yeah, that's right. We're rolling. All right. So let's continue on. Thank you, Ninetails, for being around. Really appreciate you.
Good to be here. Thank you, Prime. And everybody should subscribe to Prime, even though he's getting them gift subs.
Yeah, even though we'll take care of you eventually, if you could help out and subscribe yourself, that'd be great. Take the weight off of our good friend Leah's shoulders. But thank you so much. We also have Sam the Human. Sam the Human, thanks for stopping by once again. Yo. Thank you. And Stardust, who has been committed to these open panels, damn it.
I've been having a lot of fun.
Okay, I'm glad.
I can't help it.
I'm just curious how long that'll last here.
When to scare me off.
Yeah. I don't think you've. Well, I don't know. You've been through a lot. Actually, you've seen a lot already. So if you haven't been scared off yet, that's a really good sign, actually. But thanks so much. Now we have Swamp Fox, who is now not laying in his bed once again. Like just woken up. Swamp Fox, you're back at it. You got to get another video card or a graphics card.
Just got the CPU. I'm running no graphics right now.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Hey, just like a man.
Yeah. Thanks for the idea. Thanks for the pro tip, Prime.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. If you're not running much, you can definitely run at least that much. Okay. Thank you so much. And then we have a new person. That would be excuse me. Tayo. Tayo, really nice to meet you. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Nice to meet you, bro.
I'm told you come from the Politics Discord server.
Originally, like I'm like an OG Discord. I mean, politics user. I actually have been friends with Doobie for a long time. When me and Doobie were members, like that's how far back like I've known this dude, right? So, like yeah, man, I've known Doobie for like 4 years, right? So. I'm mostly hanging around on CC now, right? So I'm on Calliope Club.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Well, we like both of those servers. Exclamation point Doobie if you want to get to the Politics Discord server, and exclamation point Eris if you want to get to the Calliope Club. Everyone, here, seriously, click those links. Those are great servers for you want a good discussion. You'll find them both there. They come at very different angles, though. Doobie, if you go to Doobie server if you want the pain. If go to Eris server if you want the pleasure. But yeah, thanks so much.
True.
And Tayo, since you're that old of a friend, do you actually know what Doobie looks like?
That's classified. If you knew that, I'd have to kill you.
All right. Okay. All right. Just wondering.
We'll find him one day, Prime. Don't worry.
We'll find him one day.
He's the black friend. Was that Marks or was that Doobie who put on the black friend? I think that was Marks. Never mind.
All right.
big shout out to Azzy, who's looking sharp right now.
Yeah. It's funny.
Bro, I'm upgrading too. I'm trying to be like Feline. I'm telling you, one of these days.
Feline just popped out. Hopefully it will come through. Okay, so DB haunts the stream. That's right, internet gas. That's a good way of putting it. Okay, so we can talk about if there's anything burning. You all have something you want to discuss? You can do that. If not, I have a topic that might be interesting. Hopefully, I don't know.
We all know we're gonna do your topic. We all know.
I don't know.
Do you want to start the conversation by saying Destiny like 85 times just to see if he pops up for your viewers?
Summon Destiny. Yo, summon Destiny.
Destiny. Okay, there we go.
The way you make him show up is you got to start talking mad shit. You're like that guy.
Okay.
I got
the perfect thing.
Listen,
I got the perfect thing. Just call him Regressony.
I've ever seen.
Look,
in my entire
Destiny's
life.
got is that even a man's name? I thought Destiny was a girl's name.
There you
what
go.
What the heck?
Got him.
Yeah.
Got him. There you go. There you go. It's Gauntlet's been thrown down. I guess I have to come and defend himself. No.
Now Molina's coming after you.
Destiny's definitely I was gonna say Destiny's definitely a stripper name.
Stripper's name, yeah. Well, go ahead.
Okay, can we stop calling him by the wrong name? It's clearly Regressony now. He's on the Regressony arc. Let's go.
But yeah, we are thankful for Steven for being so kind to this channel and for rating this channel because like he rated it yesterday. That's really kind. Him and Bosch coming on and things escalating from there predictably.
Where's the Bosch raid?
Yeah, there was the Bosch raid, but yeah, he wasn't.
Bosch doesn't raid.
Well, yeah, he wasn't
Bosch
streaming.
isn't on Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's on Twitch now, but yeah, he was a streamer at the time. All right, all right, thanks.
Ron, you saw that clip I got?
Hmm?
The clip I got from last night?
No.
I linked you in chat. You didn't watch it?
No, I was there, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I was there. What do you want to tell me about?
He experienced it live.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know. There's an 11-hour stream. I have no idea what part you're talking about.
I'm gonna send it to you again.
I'm not gonna watch it on now on stream. I don't just.
He wants you to become like one of those kind of guys that watch himself like performing coitus, like just watch it for fun. So.
Yeah, now
golden.
Prime has become so big. He's one of those people. Like you'll send him a message and he'll like maybe respond to you. Like there's a 20% chance because he's so big now. He's so popular.
I respond to everyone who's not wasting my fucking time. But
damn.
Well, no.
You should respond to my congratulations then.
Oh.
I sent you congratulations and you didn't say anything back.
Did I need to? Azzy, that wasn't directed at you before. But like, no, did I need to?
No, you didn't. But I just. You should see it. You should see it. It was very particular. It was.
What?
It was
just tell me what
time.
happened. I don't know.
when Fanatic starts going off the head, starts saying the N word over it, he repeated himself twice.
Yeah.
He said, "It needs to be the music," and I just watch you laughing in the top corner. You're the only one laughing. Everybody else is like.
Yeah. He came in pretty hot, but that's Fanatic. Okay.
Oh, it was golden.
So what's the topic, Prime?
Topic. Okay. So I saw an article that the NFL has just sold off like streaming rights. It's like $100 billion deal, and multiple companies are involved. It looks like Amazon's getting the best deal here. So I think a lot of people might know that I mean, people who actually watch football. I'm not one of those people. Football has been mostly stuck on the terrestrial TV. And it's been kind of difficult. I mean, the NFL has its own thing, like I think its own streaming service, but it's like expanding it, and so now this is like hailed as a big deal, like the like a cord cutter's dream, you know, being able to have access to these things to other networks, right? Other streaming networks. So I want to ask about like the future of streaming, like TV shows, not this, but the future of streaming. First of all, do you guys think that these streaming services will survive? Right, so we've got like a bunch of these, like a bunch of them popped up, right? So we had, and the one I always bring up is CBS All Access, which is now rebranded itself as Paramount Plus. Like, no one cares about that. It's like no one cares.
I don't know why they did that.
Billions of dollars went into this fucking thing, and no one cares about this particular service, right? So like, do you guys think it's worth it, right? Worth it to be accessing all these streaming services? Because there's a lot of talk about this, about the possibilities here. But like, there's always an assumption that individuals will want to like sign up for all these things. Like, you got to get the total package, right? Just like on cable, you know, you some people bought like the full package, right? But do you want to do that? Is that even the point? Like, what was the point of cutting the cord if you're going to be getting all these individual services that total to a full fucking cable bill? What do you all think?
I know what to do.
Swamp
I know what
Fox,
to do,
go
Prime.
on. Sure.
I have a Plex server, and I just download everything that I want to watch.
This man out here
Personally,
sailing
I
the seven
think
seas,
that-
bro. He's sailing
Personally,
the
I
seas.
think that
Yeah, if you guys
So
need a good, hey, I'm
TV
not
I
a
think the
movies
pirate.
reason why a
fucking
lot of
dead.
us
Video games are
went-
the future. All of the TV shows and movies that could exist already exist. We've like kind of tapped that out, so they're just grasping at straws. Personally,
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm
Go ahead, Katarina, then Stardust.
Okay, so I personally like saw the whole thing as moving away from using regular services like DirecTV as more of a way to get away from paying money to see ads. So a lot of it, like, I don't know about you guys. I kind of like to see my 20 minutes of content straight through rather than, you know, having people let me know that the new Swiffer duster has dropped. But in general, I think some people don't really mind having to use like a plethora of different services, especially if none of them are like really overlapping too hard. I never really expected that there was going to be an end all be all, especially since capitalism and free market and circle jerk and so many services. How am I going to choose? But I don't like the idea of like having to go and buy 85 different streaming services. But if it ends up still being less than DirecTV and I don't have to look at advertisements, I'm like, whatever, sure, I'll do it. Take my money.
No.
Stardust?
So the only thing I'm concerned about, and I agree with what Katarana is saying, the only thing I'm concerned about is us getting all these things bundled together, as we're seeing some companies are doing now. Everything's getting bundled together, and then we're going to start getting these little like few second ads, right? And then everything is going to be bundled just like it was with cable, and then it's going to be expensive again, and then those ads are going to get longer, and I'm just afraid of it like turning into the same thing.
Let's go to Sam.
You know how you stop that?
Let's go to Sam, Brit Lawyer, and then Azzy.
Yeah, so this is actually a problem with media in general. We have like, it's called like a pipeline problem. So like, we're always going to try to make a pipeline. We're trying to make the pipelines easier and easier for users. So like Paramount Plus is a good example of this. They took a bunch of independent streaming services and bundled them together and pipelining it to the users in one purchase, one payment, one account. So the easier you could do that for people, the more likely they're going to buy the service, which is something that these companies know. That's why they're doing it. And again, there is maybe a problem where you're going to be worried where you're bundling too much together or bundling too little, and that's going to be the right amount. They have to figure out the right amount for that.
So in a debate format, point of information, who's bundling? Like
Hulu.
what companies are bundling?
The
And what do you mean by
Disney-
bundling? Do you
Disney.
mean just like
Oh,
having exclusive
Disney?
contracts,
Yeah.
or do you mean
Yeah,
like
Disney.
oh
Disney Plus does like ESPN
Yeah.
and Hulu, I think now.
Yeah.
Or like Pluto TV as a bunch of them together. There's another one that I can't remember that just got access to a bunch of different streaming services as well.
Yeah.
I
Well, let's go to Bird Lawyer, Azzy, then Tayo. Sure.
So I'll say the one thing that streaming has over cable is account sharing, and I do this a lot with like my parents and my friends. Like I'll use my parents' Netflix account, and I'll use my friend's Hulu account, and they get to use my Peacock account or whatever other shit I have. So I will say that's one positive thing that it has over cable, but not much else. I see us moving in the same direction that Prime was saying earlier. We're just going to be paying the full cable bill again, but just to 30 different companies instead of just one.
I mean, look what they're doing with internet, right?
As even Tayo.
So I don't know about you guys who are with your Fire Sticks and your Rokus. I think I'm just gonna go back to 2012, get my Just TV, and have all my Christian, all my international Christian channels again. Watch all my contemporary Christian rock music videos, and I'm gonna be happy. You know what I'm saying? I can't get that stuff on regular TV, and it's not gonna be on all these streaming platforms. But yeah, to the original point, this stuff was foretold back when Hulu and Netflix first, so when it was Netflix and then Hulu had package deals where, like, if you were a student, and Hulu is owned by Disney, so Hulu
Well,
had
not
a
at that.
package deal. Was
Hulu
it
bought
not owned
Disney bought Hulu in the last year.
in the last year?
Yeah,
So
in
I have to do
2020.
research and
Yeah.
figure out who owned it before.
It was
Hulu was a
unless it
private
was his
company
own.
before.
No.
Unless it was a private company.
So what it was a conglomerate that owned it, right? So you had Disney had a piece of it, and then Fox and did Warner Brothers have a piece of it too? I believe so. And so there was like a conglomerate that owned it, and then Disney bought out everyone else. They're like, we're doing a hard push, so they bought everyone else out.
Okay.
Tayo, Nine Tails and Clears.
I didn't even finish, but
Oh, did you not finish? Go ahead, please.
no, this is how it goes. Just let it rock.
Did you want to say? Do you want to say something? I don't know. I thought you were.
No, just let it rock. I'm used to this, but
Bro, now you're just
just say it. I don't know.
I don't finish
I
points
you
on the
complain.
Prime panel, bro.
I thought you.
No,
I thought you
Brian,
asked
he
a
has to
question,
feel
you
like
were
a
done.
victim, okay? Let him have this, all right?
Okay, all right, Tayo.
I'm actually of the opposite opinion in when it comes to terms of pricing, right? I actually think ads make things cheaper, right? What's because the companies pay for ad space, right? And I think that the companies that the cable companies are just gonna pass that they're just gonna pass that
Cost?
what you call it? Yeah, they pass the cost to the customers, right? So when you think about it, right, like you might get, like, let's say you're really into like boxing or whatever, and you take the boxing package, right? You could have probably gotten boxing and more, right? But now you get boxing, just boxing for what you would have paid for like a regular cable bill, right? So in a sense, you're actually getting less for and paying more, right?
I think this is such like a trickle down economics idea. I've never once seen a company that like makes profit and is like, you know what? I'll reduce the cost to my customer. Okay, guys, here goes a discount for all of you. Like, no, they like pocket the ad space money. What is this?
They also hate playing ads. I actually know this. If you like listen to Spotify, not premium, just like the normal Spotify account, you'll get ads constantly for like, hey, buy Spotify Premium, buy Spotify Premium. Those ads are just there because they make more money off the subscription model than the ad space model.
No, for sure, right? Like I'm not saying that I'm essentially saying that like the ads will still exist, right? Like not no, they won't exist, right? But the money, right, that these cable companies would have gotten from these ads, they would have they're gonna get it back somehow, right? They still have to make the same amount of money that they or more, right, from this new model, or else they wouldn't just be doing it.
So I guess what you're trying to get to is, like, well, that's the reason TV was free before, right? Like beyond the cost of the set, like ads paid for the whole thing. So you're saying as we moved away, sorry. Right. So I
don't think it was.
Wait,
it wasn't free before because you had to pay an extra for like the package deal to get the extra, and then if you wanted more channels.
No, I'm talking about terrestrial TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
The antenna?
Okay. Yeah, antenna. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I know this is way far back. This is way far back.
Who talks about that anymore, Brian?
Hey, radio.
No idea what you're talking about.
You have plenty of right-wing nut jobs on AM radio, man.
The only reason for them to change their model, right, is if they were somehow going to make more money, right? Like, because companies are running on this, they're trying to get more profits. So like, how are they going to get the same amount of money or more, right, if they're losing ad revenue, right? So that has come from somewhere, right?
it came
Yeah,
from
they're
That's
getting
what
straight
collect-
out of your pocket.
collect.
That's where they're making money. They charge, obviously, like they're not charging exactly what it costs to break even. They're definitely charging us a surplus. Like, if honestly, like if they like right now, Amazon runs ads on top of their own stuff. It's annoying as fuck for their own like platform. It's the most annoying shit ever. And why are they doing it? I don't know. Like they're definitely not. They're not cutting my bill to show me more ads.
Let's go to Nine Tails, Clearest, and then Swamp.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have a lot to say on this, so I might head out in a bit if nothing spicy comes out of it. But I do want to point out that for the laissez-faire capitalist, I find it interesting. Like, is this the model you want, where you have to buy several things in the bundle just to get the one thing you want, or even better yet, cable used to have no like interface to it. You would just choose the channel you want, and we weren't really being charged for the fact that this was new technology. It was like you pay for the subscription for the company to provide it, but they weren't charging you premiums because you had a little cable box and something. As soon as they started adding new forms of technology to us, they started charging us exponentially just for the technology. Whereas I thought like capitalism was supposed to use competition as a balancing factor. So how come other companies are incentivized to not charge people for the technology so that way they can outcompete? The answer is that all these things have a monopoly, and the monopoly that they have, I think we're responsible for reinforcing this through our consumerism. And if we're not pushing them to try harder for our dollar, it's because we're not doing things like finding alternatives. And I think that this is one of the few cases where we could use piracy to encourage a boycott.
No, we can't use piracy.
Oh,
There's no situation where we can use piracy ever. Certainly not here. We definitely don't endorse
not
piracy
advocating-
on this channel
keep
ever
your-
at all.
No. Yeah.
So,
no
But,
One
but
Piece.
that brings up a good point though, because like radio, anybody can get radio, right? Like, so
Well, there are free
is all
streaming
radio
services.
piracy,
No,
or
no,
do you not want to talk about it?
we don't talk
Radio
about
isn't piracy.
we don't talk about piracy at all. Is what we don't do here.
It's not piracy if the service itself is modeled to be free, right?
Yeah.
Though there are those things, right? There are services that are modeled to be free, and and AM radio is one of those, and then there are various streaming services that are modeled to be free. I'm pretty sure Hulu has like a free version or something.
I don't believe they have a free version anymore. They
Oh,
used to.
okay.
Yeah.
They used to in the good old days.
Clearest.
Yeah, when it was only Fox though.
Yeah, so I think you're seeing kind of the approaching of the top of the S curve right now when it comes to adding more and more streaming services. I think eventually you're going to see this kind of level off as there becomes a certain amount of market saturation, and then basically what you're going to see is increased competition. So what that means is more diverse ways of garnering money or milking money out of the consumer. So that means things like ads, freemium support. So basically you could have like a YouTube model where basically people are served ads, or they have the ability to choose like a subscription model where they basically can pay to avoid the ads, things like that. But eventually I think what you're going to see is you're going to see more and more of these streaming services that are they basically just have really bad original content, and basically their platform is basically supported by one or two really flagship products. Usually it could be an original stream or original programming, or it could be some kind of programming that they've purchased the rights to. So you think about like these legacy TV shows like The Office or Friends, whatever, like that, like these old shows that people still want to watch but they don't have access to anywhere else. You'll see things like that are really propping up these really bad streaming services that have really not much else to go off of in terms of their offering. But I think you'll end up probably seeing just more and more of that. And eventually you'll probably see people just kind of avoid a lot of these companies eventually, and then it just kind of will kind of become like a cannibalistic thing where you have other companies that buy up the other streaming services programming, and then they distribute it. So eventually you'll reach the top of the S curve, and then you will kind of see kind of a very slow down slope where you have kind of a merging of these programs into one platform, I think.
All right, Swamp
And then
Fox.
they'll move on to the next technology where can they beam it straight into our head or something bullshit
I
like
don't
that.
I don't know if nobody brought it up, but
Guys,
like the
no, you're supposed
hey, it's
to
my
go
turn,
backward,
Azzy.
guys.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, when it comes to bundling, if you guys haven't noticed, the internet like without cable is starting to get more expensive, and they're trying to like justify it by throwing things like Netflix and Hulu into it. So it's basically turning into the same thing cable was. But yeah, I have that Plex server thing. That's just me.
Yeah,
They have the Office is on there too.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
The Office is terrible, bro. Everybody knows it's Parks and Recreation.
Oh my
bro.
god.
They're both the
Everybody
same
knows it's-
show. They're the same show.
They're not.
I think
But-
that's
but
the
the
nicest
same
thing.
show.
They're not the
But
same
to
show.
counter this doom and gloom futurist point of view, you guys can always just go back to antenna, right? Like antenna still exists. I have an antenna in my home. Like
You
my
can read channels with antenna. Like what the
No,
fuck
you
are you gonna
don't.
watch with it?
You
You
have
have
to
a
get
lot more
quite a
than-
few,
Yeah,
depending
you
on where you live.
You see this? We've gotten so advanced that we don't realize that there was
Yeah.
a lot more than 3 channels on antenna.
Yeah, you can
Like,
get
I
that
have-
Zaboomafoo on PBS.
Okay, Zamufu
Yeah.
was lit, bro. I will not let you
There's
talk.
nothing wrong with Zaboomafoo.
Yeah,
I'm not. What you trying to
I didn't say you did.
You're
I
trying to
was
make
saying
fun
I
of the
liked
PBS
it.
kids?
No,
Listen,
like Out of the
they had-
Box, I think was on there too.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
I
Kyle
don't
Massey
understand
is
that.
on Sesame Street now. Come on now.
Bro, Arthur was
Corey's
like
in
a
the
whole,
house.
Arthur was my whole childhood. Like I don't understand like why you're like talking that shit. Like
I'm not even. I'm
about
literally
PBS.
not talking about it. Why
know
would I
he-
bring those things up if I didn't watch them?
He grew up on Nick Jr. and all that
No.
bougie stuff.
Like Little Bill.
He had options as a kid. Some of us we had parental locks and antenna. Come on now.
Azzy, I'm older than you. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Stop being poor.
So
Yeah, just stop being poor.
That's the
Let's pull up
poor?
Paris.
Oh my
Paris Hilton.
God.
Best advice I've ever
My
gotten.
father was a steam engineer, to let you guys. We had money. We chose.
To be poor.
We
Okay,
chose
sounds
it.
good.
All right, you can't win with these. You can't win with these
Ouch.
savages.
Oof.
okay. All right, that was the feel good topic. All right. We'll go to the not feel good topic at all.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay. Oh, good.
Yikes.
Yeah. So as people are aware of, there was a shooting down in Atlanta, where looks like individuals of Asian descent, women, were targeted and killed by a white male. He was then captured by the police alive. Interesting. He. Well, there's so many parts to this story.
Why are
right?
you
So
laughing? People are dead.
there's so many parts to
Because
this.
no.
I'm
kidding.
laughing because he said alive, interestingly, and I was like, if he
He's
was black, he
alive.
would have
That's-
been
I was
dead.
still manning you, I'm sorry.
But
Yeah.
okay.
Terrible.
Yeah. So, but and then there's like the sheriff news conference that happened the next day about like their interview of the suspects. There's a lot of parts to the story. So we can focus in on each individual part. The fact that anti-Asian hate in this country has skyrocketed, and it's epidemic levels. I think we actually had a conversation about specifically about anti-Asian hate the other week on the All Black Everything panel, and things got really heated about that. But we'll try to keep it cool here. So there's that part. Then there's also the part of women just being targeted, like sex workers being targeted, being victimized here. And maybe they're sex workers. I'm assuming they're sex workers. I think that's the general assumption, but I guess I don't quite know. And then beyond that, there was like the reaction of the police, right, in comparison to how they react to any other type of shooter of another race. So guys, take it where you want. Bird Lawyer, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy all the intersections of just wow. Specifically on the Asian hate, It's pretty clear from like his posts on I think it was like Facebook or something else like that. He was a Donald Trump fan. It's no secret that Donald Trump has been stirring up hate against Asian Americans through his rhetoric about COVID, calling it the Kung flu virus, calling it the Wuhan flu, whatever else he called it back in the day. So I don't know, like I heard somewhere that he said it wasn't a racial thing, but I find that hard to believe.
Well, he said there wasn't enough evidence to support it yet, is what. Like I
I
know
thought
that
I
the
thought they
interviews
had an
talked.
interview.
Yeah, they
I,
they talked to the guy. The guy's trying to say it was some kind of sexual motivation with his
yeah.
religion and shit like that. But I mean, I think they gotta look more into it. I mean, I think they probably could have made a call at that point, but I don't know. That's why investigations happen, so we don't jump the gun and get mad at each other when nobody really knows.
No, let's get
See,
mad at
I
each
don't
other.
believe in that. I think our
No,
justice
I'm
system
just
is
saying beforehand.
well, no.
Like
So I believe
nobody
our
really
justice
knows what
system.
his motivation is yet. I mean, unless there was a new article. I watched the interview yesterday, and then I was looking into it this morning.
We still our justice system lives in a world where we can be like constitutionalists and we all have to
Like,
like
I
live
think
by
they
a
should just
code.
publicly
But
execute
right
these types of
now,
people in
but,
Minecraft. So
but
maybe
right
that sends
now
a
we live in a
message that
world that's
it's
instant
not cool to
and
shoot
we
places
can.
up.
All right, Charm.
Okay, so we live in a world that's instant, and personally, I believe that our justice system is bureaucratically broken. It's meant to be slow. It's meant to not dispense justice, but to create prison slavery. And when it's this slow, and you have some asshole sheriff come out, like they don't have to do these press conferences, right? But they do it because they are propaganda for it. Okay, so for all these mass shootings, all this kind of stuff, they're propaganda for this stuff to let the world know, let everybody know, hey, if you want to shoot a whole bunch of people very easily, come to America because if you're white, you'll get extra privilege when you do it too. It's insane. And they know it and they continue to do it. We have the ability to create instant justice very quickly. Twitter's obviously a very great example of this, but social media in general. And I just think it's fucked up. The whole thing, the entire thing is beyond fucked up.
Stardust and Katarana.
So, I do have a question. Like, even if somebody, even if let's say they say that it turns out to not be racially motivated, but it is instead like sexually motivated or motivated based on the fact that they were like, they may have been sex workers. Is that still considered a hate crime? Because I feel like it should be.
Yeah, like a hate crime against women,
Yeah.
femicide.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hate crime. Sounds like a hate crime to me.
but people,
Wait, what's a hate crime? Hold on.
Well, people don't consider. Well, I mean, like, if you're talking about like legally, if you're talking about legally, then I maybe
Yeah.
not. Okay, if you're talking about legally, there might not be a hate crime.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm curious about that.
I'm not sure we actually classify like targeting women like crimes based purely on sex rather than like sexual preferences or something. Like if you like, for instance, targeted them for being lesbians, then that would be a hate crime. But I'm not sure if I don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm reading the FBI's definition saying that a hate crime is a act based on a bias against the victim's race, color, religion, or national origin.
Okay.
So I guess in the FBI, no.
Why isn't the turkey's mouth moving? Turkey's mouth should be moving.
It would be helpful if it moved.
Oh wait, actually, never mind. I read further, and they added in like 2009 a provision of adding to the biases of sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, or gender. So
gender,
maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Yeah. Katarana.
Since he didn't shoot exclusively women or exclusively Asians, does it count as a hate crime? Out of curiosity.
No,
I would
that's
say no.
probably.
I don't think
it's probably
a mass shooting is known as if you shoot 4 or more people. If 4 people get shot, that's a mass shooting, and so you can lump the entire thing. Like, obviously they were targeted because at least 4 of them were. So.
If one white person, for instance, when Dylan Roof killed those 9 churchgoers, right? If there had been one white person in the room who happened to also catch a bullet, I doubt, like, they've said, oh, it's definitely not a hate crime. I don't think so. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was sorry. The issue would be with this would be that you would have to prove that you'd have to prove motive, right? You'd have to say like you'd have to be able to prove that this guy was specifically targeting Asians, and that's why he went there, even though like 2 white women caught like strays, right? So I don't think that they're going to be able to do that just on the idea that he's a Trump supporter, right? It's too much. You can have like your own ideas about like what it is, right? But like legally, right, it's too hard to prove.
It's
This
a
is why our
matter.
justice system is broken.
It's a matter that the
I don't know.
prosecutors have to decide on, right? Like that's going to be their decision to make. Ultimately, they're going to have to look at the evidence they've managed to gather and decide
don't-
what charge they think that they can get on them.
I mean, they'll just go for first-degree murder. That's enough to put
Probably.
them away for years. I did want to ask Charm a question real quick.
Yo.
Like when you said the system isn't moving like fast enough, are you
Right.
talking about specifically this case or like all cases in general?
Of course, all cases. I mean, this isn't the first time this has happened. This happens regularly. So it's like, how are you going to stop something like this? And I think
The justice system doesn't stop these things. It punishes
Yeah,
them.
so
No,
the thing
exactly.
about it,
So
prosecuting, like this is what I'm talking. Like, are you
Right.
talking about for like every case that goes through the criminal justice system, or like just this
yeah,
case? Because
especially, yeah, absolutely.
so
The entire justice system is made to benefit the people who are in it, not the people who are, affected by it.
well, I don't want
Uh,
this the criminal justice system to be moving super fast. That's how
Yeah.
people that are innocent get caught up in the system. There's like mistakes that are made by prosecutors or by police officers that get glossed over if you move too fast.
Well,
Mark's
don't mistake,
I
you
don't
know,
I don't think that's what he means though. He's not saying it's moving
Well,
fast and that innocent bystanders are gonna fall prey to the system. He's saying it's
if
moving
he could
slow.
respond to that.
quality over quantity, right? Like, of
I
course,
don't want wait. I don't
obviously,
want
I think
quantity.
that, we need better quality, right? But I think that we could get better quality through better quantity if we do react quickly. Like, it's one thing to say like, okay, well, we're gonna try him and we're gonna like put him in the prison eventually, right? Right now he's just gonna be in jail for a long time. It's like that's just it's boring. It's insane, right?
I'm sorry. Well,
These
I'm sorry.
people
Like
who
a criminal justice system is boring to you, but like it's pretty important. Like this is a pretty important system.
it's not.
I do think,
It's
I do agree
important for
that
people.
Derek Chauvin's shit's taking way too long.
It's important for the people who, yeah, right. I know Chauvin personally, I believe that killer cops should be capitally punished, right? Like I think that, if we're going to go full statist and say that, yeah, I want to believe in a state justice system, then that's my take. But if not, then right, me personally, I would want to do preventative measures. But how do you really prevent something like this in an industrialized country that is incredibly capitalist?
So hold on,
but
one
that's
second. Hold on 1 second. I go to Claris and I'll go to you, Marks.
Yeah, so it occurs to me that if you wanted to target East Asian people specifically, in order to kill a lot of them, I guess I don't see necessarily why you would go to a massage parlor.
Because they work there. A lot of East Asian women work there.
Well, hold on. There's other places that you could go to where they congregate in
What
larger
difference does that
numbers,
make,
for
though?
example. Well, here's there's more to this also. So I linked in the VC chat. There's a CNN article that also mentioned specifically that this guy had spent time in a rehabilitation center for sex addiction, and basically that he actually spent time in like a halfway house coming out of the rehab. So I get the feeling that this is more about his own internal struggles with sex addiction and probably less to do with race than anything else.
I'm so glad we can have this discussion.
So every
So he
time
coulda-
I have that's kind of stupid. Like, I mean, I
Why
mean,
is
I
that
understand
stupid?
people have like addictions to things, but you know, like when alcoholics are shooting up bars, like, what? Like, I
Yeah.
understand, like, it's
Well,
a direct,
Well,
like,
that's not.
obviously not everybody that has a sex addiction is going to go
Yeah,
start
they
shooting up.
just go home and beat up their wife.
Yeah,
you
really
know
great
what?
other
This doesn't.
but I mean, like, I think especially like if it is being shown that like majority of the people that we're working there are Asian, I think then like I don't know, it's just weird to say that like this is a sex addiction crime rather than a hate crime.
I
Like,
would say, no, to the
I would
contrary,
say
it's,
this is a crime of
honestly, to the
rather.
contrary, I think it's weird to say that this is a racial thing when he focused on massage parlors. And when he focused on this one specific thing, when he could have focused on nail salons or other places, other businesses that are owned by Asians,
Could it be
an Asian market, something like that. Why did he
maybe that
focus
was just what was
specifically
closer to
on
his
massage
house.
parlors?
Like,
could it be more than
Could
one
also be
thing?
Yeah.
an
Also,
Could hold on. Could it be more than one thing? Right? There could be more than one axis here, right? Yes, it could be because this guy has some sort of sex addiction or something, or whatever he says, right? But is it also weird maybe that like in this country we fetishize Asian women, right? And that these might have been places he would have visited in the first place, and that we all these places to run were allowed women who I don't know about these specific bars, so I can't make statements about these specific massage parlors, right? But like in a lot of these places, these women are trafficked, right? And we like don't actually really tackle that in this country. So like all those things working together, right? Being able to exploit Asian women, and then now they're an object for my desires. I know now my desires are evil, and they're evil, and so now I shoot them. So maybe it could be more than one thing.
As somebody who's
if I could
talked
interject
at
here.
length against gun culture and the toxicity of gun culture, I'm telling you right now that we're talking past the problem, which is mass fucking shootings, right? We're talking past that, and that's exactly what they fucking want. They want us to talk past the mass shooting, so we talk about other fucking social issues that the mass shooters manifesto had fucking written up, right? Who the fuck cares? The main problem here is some fucking asshole white dude.
Okay, all right, stop. Okay, all right, too many. Okay, so Mark's because he wants to go first, then Stardust, then Katarana, then Sam.
Yeah, to Claris's point, like I haven't read that much into the case, so I don't exactly know if it's like a racial thing or sexual thing or whatever. But like you're assuming rationality in the killer just because this killer didn't make like this mastermind plan of how to effectively maximize his killing doesn't mean that it couldn't have been like a hate crime. So I don't know about that. But as far as the I forgot my earlier point. Never mind. That was it, I guess.
Okay.
So I guess real quick, in response to Prime, it could very well be that it's both, but I think to say that it's one thing, that it's specifically about race, I think is, and I think it's probably missing the forest for the trees. I think we're probably not looking at the real reason why it happened. So that's all I'm saying.
I think you're
Wait,
missing
again,
the larger
I would
cultural
like to-
context. Go ahead.
Okay.
Stardust.
So first thing I want to say is I don't know how you brought the fetishization of different races into this topic when it wasn't a topic to begin with, right? I don't see how that's related.
It is
Secondly, I don't think so. If it's a racial crime, then it's a racial crime. If it's a sex crime, it's a sex crime. If it's both, it's both, right? But the fetishization of different people in our culture has nothing to do with that, right?
It's a sex club. It's a massage parlor.
So
if they have sex in there, then that might be something.
It's a mass shooting.
What we're talking about, right, is I don't think it's too far-fetched to say. I think you were onto something when you said it could be both, right? It definitely could be both. But what I would say is that it's not too far-fetched to think that this is like a crime of misogyny. We've seen it happen so many times in the past decade, right? It could be a crime of misogyny and a crime of race, right? But I don't think the fetishization necessarily leads to the crime because I just don't see it. I just don't see it because there have been studies that say contrary.
What studies are you? What studies are you talking about? Sorry?
There's been like a study. There was a study that I remember
that says a fetishization does not lead to violence? Like, you fetishize something, you won't.
No, there was a study I remember that said that fetishization actually leads to more like bridging between cultures because people become more open. Yeah, I know, it's weird.
What?
It's weird. I thought
Weeaboo.
I had the same reaction too. I had the same reaction too.
You don't
And
get that
So-
far
but hold on,
in
but
logic.
still,
sound
none
like-
of that, none of that actually has anything to do with my point, though, right? Because one, yes,
Yeah.
misogyny, racism, and the fetishization, all these things can definitely be one culture. Like, again, no one actually knows. So all we're doing is speculating, right? So let's make it clear, all we're doing is speculating. That's these person motives. But like, yeah, you can easily see the situation. Like, I don't know why this is so far fetched. That a person who has these ideas, these general ideas about women, right, and how we are taught that like women tempt men, right? So like, so this guy is saying like, even if we take what the sheriff said at face value, just look at what he said, right? This guy has a sex addiction, right? And he was at the end of his rope. He needed to do something about it, right? So these women were tempting him, and so he committed violence against them. So we see this literally all around the world,
Yes.
right?
The
And
worst
as
part is,
usual,
So, but why
as
does?
usual,
Go ahead.
right? As usual, like society has socialized us to put the blame on women, even though women generally take a passive role in these things, right?
Agreed.
It's pretty much socialized us to put the blame on women for tempting men, for existing, even, right? When a man is having urges, right? So just the crime of existing and being tempting is enough to warrant, I guess, him killing people, apparently.
Exactly. And this is, again, what they want. This is what police unions want. This is what anybody with a fucking gun wants. They want us to talk past the fact that it was another mass shooting by another white asshole who has the ability to very easily do this
two of these
in
things
America.
at the same time, dude. We don't have to be.
Yeah.
We don't have to exclusively talk about. Sure, America has a gun issue. We can talk about that till like the fucking sun dies out, right? But we can also talk
billion
about
years.
how America has a white terrorism issue. How minorities in this country are killed on almost a daily basis by like white supremacists.
Yeah, so let's please stop legitimizing the fucker who did this by talking about whatever manifesto bullshit the sheriff.
Nobody's legitimizing.
Nobody's legitimizing it. If anything,
Yeah.
we're shaming him for it, right?
Yeah.
Because no, we're not.
for it.
No, dude, are you serious? Like, are you really having a problem with it? We're talking about a problem within society.
Yeah.
We're talking, let me look real quick. Atlanta.
How are you having a problem? How are you
Shooting.
having a
Okay.
problem?
Shooting.
It's not just shooting, dude.
Shooting.
It's not just shooting. Misogyny.
The topic
and it's a
is
hate crime.
shooting.
Okay, but lots of things can be involved. Like, why does a shooting happen, right? We're talking
Somebody
about why
can
a
go
shooting
and stab
happens.
people,
We could
and
talk
it would
about
still
all
be
kinds of.
a hate crime.
Okay, so Katarana.
Okay, so near where I live, there was a shooting where someone went into a school and shot up a bunch of women for being in engineering. What did we do? We imposed stricter gun laws, and we had a conversation about misogyny. You can't, it's not exclusive. You don't necessarily have to talk about only misogyny or talk about stricter gun laws. There's an issue on both ends. Anti-Asian hate is up. We should be talking more about that. We should be doing more to go ahead and fix that issue. Also, that doesn't mean that us on this panel have an issue with stricter gun laws. I guess it's just a little bit, I guess maybe implied that everybody wants stricter gun laws. We've been talking about it from the beginning of fucking time. Like literally there's a new shooting, usually in your country every 5 minutes. And we talk about it all the time, but you know, like, I mean, I don't know if you guys are planning on going to speak to your Congress representative. I would say go do that.
I'm not, because I like guns.
See?
Okay, then
Exactly.
then you can have your gun. I'm kidding. No, no, you can't have your gun. But like I just don't see it as really. Maybe that's why I'm not talking that much about gun laws, because my country already decided that we don't like it when kids die and people die and women die and Asians die and other types of people die. So we've already dealt with it. You guys are the ones still having pee poo poo argument over here about whether or not people can have.
Listen, why do we? Okay.
What?
Listen,
Where are you
we
from,
just got it
Colorado, if I
told
can ask?
America.
Canada.
Oh yeah, hey.
Okay.
Oh no,
Oh my
not
God.
again.
Canada.
The shooting
All these
that you're
fucking
talking about.
Canadians riding our
Yo,
dick.
I'm
Is
sorry.
the shooting that you're talking
These
about?
Canadians just cannot stop talking about America.
Is the shooting that you were talking about that happened in Canada? Was that the Polytechnic?
Too many voices. We literally can't hear you all. We can't hear you all.
Good luck trying to take all the guns away from cops.
Okay, I mean, we literally have a lot of people with guns here too. We have about the same amount of people having guns per person in Canada as we do in states, but we don't have the same amount of shooting.
What?
Proper
Oh
laws.
hell! Hold on. I've never
that's
seen
I didn't
anything
say like
close to that. No, no, not even per capita. No, okay.
Because you guys
I think
don't
Clarice
live
was
in Canada.
asking you a question, Katarana.
Oh, okay, who has
was the shooting that you were talking about? Was that the Polytechnic shooting?
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, familiar with that. Okay.
Yeah, so we actually like haven't had any school shootings since 2007 because there was 3 shootings within 20 years, and then I guess the Canadian government was like, "Fuck it, nobody does shootings anymore," and now we don't have school shootings anymore.
Well, there's a lot more to it than just.
Yeah,
I know it wasn't literally just clap, clap, and
So in
pick up
America,
your toes, and it was done. But like our government tends to not like it when 18-year-olds get shot up. So we do things about it. I think, like, honestly, it's been going on for years. You guys, like, since like '99, since Columbine, you basically have a shooting every 5 minutes. And like, I don't know.
think it's a fair argument to say though that people that own guns don't care about fucking dead kids and shit.
I mean, I didn't say
that
it's
is kind of
necessarily everybody, but I'm saying that like clearly, like some of your governing forces don't care enough to go about and fixing issues. So instead, you have video conversations about banning video games.
Yeah,
it's lobbying.
I'm definitely going. I'm definitely going to back Katarana up on that one. Like, it is fair to say that people don't care about dead kids in this country. That's exactly, yeah. I will definitely 100% say that. We had 20 babies get killed in fucking Connecticut, right? It was a slaughter, right? A slaughter. Obama administration actually tried to do something like light gun reform about it, and fuck all happened, right? So okay, we don't want gun reform. We can't have gun reform in this country, right? They'll say, it's mental health. Mental health is a problem, right? But of course, we actually taking no action on mental health at all. So no, yeah, I think it's actually fair to say that no, we don't give a shit about dead kids in this country. At least, especially a certain party doesn't give a shit about dead kids in this country because they don't mind. They don't give a shit because like as soon as the shooting happens, they go quiet. Them and the NRA, they go quiet immediately. They shut down until the news cycle ends and they start back up the same bullshit, right? And go mental health. Oh, and no, hold on, no. And then like no, we can't talk about these things, right? Like we can't talk about them when they happen because that would be making it political. Like how could you make a shooting political when everything is fucking political in this country, right? Anything that when people are interacting with each other, it becomes political. But we can't talk about it then, and then we surely don't talk about it afterwards because we've already forgotten. We've moved on, right? So no, yes, we can actually say that a party in this country, the Republican Party, doesn't actually give a shit about dead kids in school. You want to say something, Great Lawyer?
Very true.
Prime. What you have to say, all right? If you want to be a true Republican, you have to say, "Oh, it's too soon. We can't have the gun control debate right now. It's too soon after the shooting."
It's too soon.
All right.
You guys are still talking
Can I make a point? Because I feel like you guys are like roping me into something that I'm not. Like like there's a lot of gun control measures that I'm totally cool with. I just don't want to like. I don't know. I like having any argument that I would give out is a selfish argument.
I like firearm. Guns are cool.
So
go ahead and act like a fucking child and mock me again, dude.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what you're
Okay, please.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like give a quick explanation. So I know I don't personally own a gun, but I do know a couple of people that do. And where I live, we have to actually go and call up our local police and let them know that we are going to be moving our gun from point A to point B. And if you're caught with a gun, you will be arrested. It really helps like with curbing a lot of issues with guns. You are required to keep it within a safe. There's so many different like types of gun deaths that we're able to prevent in Canada yearly just due to the amount of restrictions. People are still allowed to have their guns. You can still go into woods and shoot up whatever the hell you want. Have target practice all day up and down and all around, and you still get to, do whatever. But at the end of the day, your kids aren't accidentally playing BB gun shooting each other in the face. You don't have people as many unregistered firearms because anyone that is caught with one, they just looked at the registry. Oh, you didn't call today? Then you're arrested. There's a lot of different things that we can do that are really helping with curbing gun violence in Canada, which doesn't really stop my gun Second Amendment. My God-given right is to come out of the womb with an AK-47. and that's not being curbed here. So I think you guys can still have all the guns you want. I don't particularly like them, but have them while still having gun control. Like, my rights are not being trampled on. I think, I don't know, somebody's in the pockets of big gun and they're sitting there and allowing people to die in the meantime. So I hope that I hope those defense budget is real good. I hope those government contracts for that company is real good. I'm happy your CEOs are making billions.
Exactly.
Go ahead, kill off your kids. It seems like you guys are enjoying it. GG.
Preach. 98% of all cops vote for Trump because they know that they fucking love guns. If you go to any forum, you talk to anybody who's pro-gun, they're also pro-cop. These are the same people, cops all around the country. They're fine with this shit happening. No cop is going to try to prevent a mass shooting. This is cop culture. This is American culture. This is gun culture.
Wait, dude.
If I can,
No
if I
cop.
can
Wait.
interject,
No cop is going to prevent a mass shooting.
If anything, they're
If
going
I
to help
can,
start them.
okay.
You're being.
If I can
a little bit.
interject,
Please.
I don't
So-
think that you're
Wait,
wrong. I don't think that you're wrong about the necessarily like maybe some stricter gun laws, right? But I think you are missing a vital point. If this is a racially or a gender or like a sexually motivated crime, there is going to be a crime still committed whether there is a gun or not, right? This is a cultural issue.
So sorry,
No,
we have to
you
go
can't-
to.
you can't have a gun
we have to
I've
go
been
to Sam.
waiting.
He's
I've
been
been
waiting.
waiting.
Sam, hold
No.
on. We got to go to Sam. He's been waiting. Go ahead, Sam.
So, I mean, I want to point on this too. I mean, like other hate crimes have been on the rise, not just Asian American. We've had like Jewish hate crimes have been on the rise. Muslim hate crimes have been on the rise. And these are crimes that are not committed in mass shootings. They don't have anything to do with like guns. These are things like going into Jewish cemeteries and running your car through to knock over stuff, going into synagogue, defacing synagogues, defacing temples. Mosques. These are things that happen all over the place that have nothing to do with guns. And the underlying problem here is that we have cultures of like white supremacy in this country and a lot of other issues that we have to deal with way before like that are parallel with guns.
So, Charmhole, someone paid 1,000 bits to meet you for 10 minutes. So that's a thing that's happening. Let's go to Azzy, and then I guess Katarana.
Wow, people are still muting people out here with money. God, that's so toxic, Prime. But I think like talking about mass shootings, yes, it's a mass shooting, but I really feel like this is a lot more sinister. I mean, gun shooting is sinister, but I think it's more misogyny and racial. Like to Prime's original point, I think it was a fetish because he doesn't go. All right, he says, I'm going to kill people to prevent myself from being tempted. But he's in Atlanta, Georgia. He doesn't go to a strip club and shoot up the strip club. Instead, he goes to 3 massage parlors. Come on, guys. The facts are right here. Man had he doesn't shoot up men. He didn't have a sexual preference to men. It's a women. And then he goes to massage parlors. Now I need to ask, are these massage parlors run by Asians? So people took that, the media took that, and because we're in a time of COVID and we're having a string of just racial profiling and racial and having harassment and violence against Asian people at this time, it's very easy to see this. So I don't feel like we don't have to have like a huge margin of proof in order to figure out if it's racial or not. By his own words, his actions, he condemned himself. Like Atlanta, Georgia, where the best strip clubs, the most voluptuous women in the world, in U.S.
That's
and he
cap.
doesn't go
That
to
is-
one
that is so
and
cap.
shoot it.
Preach.
No,
So-
I mean,
Atlanta.
But then there you go. It's preference. He went to places where his
Nobody-
preference
this-
were,
this
okay.
and he shot it
this
up.
person is
Hold on,
going
no.
to solve-
I waited.
Alright.
No. And then it's hard because I just want to bring up, we can't compare gun legislation in America to gun legislation in other countries because per capita is different, and plus our problems are different. Like Canada's out here trying to survive in the cold. Like you guys have better things to worry about, like how to survive the winter. And come on, guys. Like, you're not worrying about guns.
Time job,
We've
so I don't get attacked.
You
by
haven't worried
serial
about guns for 20 years. You
We've
The
mastered
wild
the
wings.
winter.
problem.
We
The
mastered
wild
the
wings.
Let's
We
not try
fixed-
to
we saw-
equate the problems.
we
So
saw
let's
the problem
focus on
winter
the
a
other
long
We
time
had
ago.
3 mass shootings in the same city.
I thought you said it was like 20 years ago, and then you got rid of it, which
And
proves that you have
That was-
different problems to worry about.
And it's because we got rid of it, but it was clearly a
Well,
problem.
Well, you know what's even
we were having a problem
you know
to the extent that you guys were having a problem. It was 3 mass shootings, all in universities in the same city.
But
There
you know
were
what's funny,
problems.
Katarina? You know
There was a problem, and instead of having arguments about like whether or not we should ban video games and stuff, we were like, oh, clearly somebody is having a fucking problem with 18-year-olds guns. Let's fix the gun problem. We weren't sitting there and talking like, of course we recognize that everybody had different manifestos. Some people were shooting people because they were women. Some people were shooting people because they were having a mental health order. Like for one of the mass shootings, it was a professor that was just shooting his colleagues up and down the engineering department, and we just got rid of we had testers.
To avoid the nuance of it, I'm saying that because because you were able to deal with the gun problem so easily in Canada speaks to the attitude of the country towards guns. You guys don't view guns the same way Americans view guns. Well, I mean, to your point, which is why we can't use your legislation to try to say, hey, what's wrong with you guys? No, we just have a different relationship.
I mean,
So
it's not America light. I mean, a lot of you guys tend to simp over our legislation for other things, so why not simp over it on things that actually have been proven to work?
Wait, what?
Because I mean, no.
No, can I respond to Azzy a bit?
Tayo,
Like,
please.
Sorry, I just want to say, like, I feel like if he had gone to one of the other strip clubs and shot up the strip club, we'd be talking about how he hates black people, right? Like, because okay, and I worked in a strip club. I was a bouncer, right? So, like, I'm literally security. Asian massage parlors, right, do not have security. Like, they don't have guys who maybe have like I don't know, hidden weapons or stuff like that, right? Like, the whole point of security is to dissuade like people acting up, right? So, like, I don't know, sitting here trying to guess his motive, right, when we can just wait for evidence to come out, it's kind of like, I don't know, irresponsible, right?
He gave us his reason why.
No,
you
to avoid sexual temptation. You're reaching. That's what it is, right? You're extrapolating, like,
to believe the killer for
no. You're extrapolating a reasoning from some vague shit that he said, right?
He's not some vague. He
can't
clearly
trust the
said
word.
to avoid sexual
You can't trust
temptation,
his
and
words.
sexual is preference. You're not
Azzy,
sexually.
you
Listen,
cannot
we're not
trust
going
this
to sit
person to
here.
be rational. Like,
What did he do? What did he do?
No,
he shot a whole bunch of people.
God,
okay, there's no innocent until proven guilty.
Somebody
He
else
shot
have
a whole bunch of
$10.
people with firearms.
So, no, yeah. So, someone paid to unmute unmute him, unmute Charm. I paid $20 to unmute him.
Yeah, the community is
Let's
growing.
go, baby.
I'm just
we have better people out here.
Okay, so go ahead. Finish your point, Bro Lawyer, then Clearest.
Azzy, you can't expect these people. This guy literally went to a massage parlor and shot 6 people, 8 people, right? This guy is not rational. You can't like expect him to be able to give his state of mind or rationally tell us what he was thinking at the time. This guy is a crazy.
Yes,
He's a nut job.
That's not.
This is what I'm saying.
To reject that statement.
How that works.
Come on, bro. That's no.
Azzy,
zero.
Azzy, this is what I'm
What
saying.
does GSU say? That's zero ahead, bro.
No,
You can't discount everything the person said.
You don't necessarily have to go by. Folks,
He went to 3 massage parlors.
You don't necessarily have to go by what his words were. Again, in the article that I linked, I just linked more text from it. It basically says Tyler Bayless said he shared a housing unit with Long at Maverick Recovery rehab facility in Roswell, Georgia between August 2019 and February 2020. It was something that would absolutely torture him, Bayless said. He said Long was a deeply religious person who would often go on tangents about his interpretation of the Bible and was distraught about his addiction to sex. Bayless said on multiple occasions during his stay at the facility, Long told him that he had relapsed and gone to massage parlors explicitly to engage in sex acts. This was something that he was familiar with. He associated these massage parlors with these sex acts. He probably didn't go to strip clubs to engage in sex acts and have issues with his sexual addiction. The strip clubs were not a temptation for him. The massage parlors were. It doesn't matter if you want to trust his words or not. These are the words of somebody that knew him and knew what was going on and the problems that he was having. If you want to ascribe again some religious or some racial component to this, fine, that's fine. But I think there's more about him frequenting these massage parlors than there is anything to do with this being racial. If you guys don't care about the facts, if you don't care about the facts or why he did it, fine. Go ahead and talk about this is some racial thing that happened and the fact that he was a fucking Trump supporter. It's fucking
okay. He has sexual so okay, thank you, Clarice. I appreciate you. He has sexual addiction. Isn't sexual addiction heavily based on preference?
No, it's actually not.
And fetish?
No. So
I think it could be.
Right? When you're
I'm not an expert, but I think it could be.
When you're a sex addict, right? You actually just try to get sex from like anywhere, right?
Well, he could have got it from men. I
mean, yeah, sure.
Again, we're talking past
massage parlors.
Okay, well, yeah, I just want to put it out. We're talking past
right.
it.
Keep interrupting people, right? Okay. Massage parlors are known to be places where people can go and get sex.
From Asian women.
Not necessarily like strip clubs. Yes, you can go for some of them might, but a lot of them don't as well. You know,
who typically works in a massage parlor?
I mean, typically, like if you want to go there, you can go there. But I know what you're saying, Azzy. I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that not every strip club is like that. You know, so and I guess maybe we could make the argument that not every massage parlor is like that. But I feel like massage parlors are better known.
Well, there are also two
as
white
being
victims.
Sex places,
So
right?
let's go to sorry, hon. Let's go to Katarana, then go back to you, Tayo.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So if I for one would prefer to just listen to what exactly someone says in their manifesto. You know, if Ted Bundy says that he killed women because of XYZ, we're not gonna be like, but Ted Bundy was in a right state. Like, just listen to what they're saying. So if it's because he felt like this was the best way to get rid of like his sex addiction, I don't really think that we need to have a conversation as the public about like how to curb sex addiction. People have addictions. It's sometimes can be seen as a hereditary component. I guess we could talk more about maybe ways to help people with like supporting them through it, but it doesn't really seem to be too much for an argument. And it's not really like necessarily like something that is on the rise. Sex addiction I'm not sure, but I don't really think it's something that's currently becoming an epidemic or pandemic. So then I'll just say, let's just work on gun laws. If he's able to demonstratively say that he wasn't shooting people just because they were Asian, if it's because he just had an association with, meat getting beat at the, parlors, I'm sure. But at the same time, from what I've been seeing, I've been told that these places aren't even necessarily those kind of massage parlors. They were just regular places where you get massages. So I don't really understand why that place of all this, but whatever. I don't need to understand because I'm not the one shooting it.
Okay. So if the shooter, again, going back to the shooter in South Carolina, murdered those people in the church, right? If he had said in a manifesto that like, I hate Christians, right? That's why I did it. But like I just happened to target a black church, right? Like I don't like I live in a black area. I just like drove out of my way to go to a black church. We say, oh well, he said that he just hates Christianity, so it clearly has nothing to do with race, right? We can draw inferences. We can draw because we're intelligent human beings theoretically with brains, so we can draw inferences on these things, right? So just because they say one thing doesn't mean we take into account what they say. Absolutely, we take into, no. I'm just saying, we just take into account what they say. Certainly, that's important, right? They write a manifesto, definitely. I'm just saying that like we can look at circumstances around a crime and don't just go on whatever a criminal says, right? Just that's it. But go ahead, you can respond to that.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
Hold on.
who do you want to respond to it?
Okay, you don't want to respond? All right, Tayo, you can respond to it then.
Me?
No.
Yeah, I was like, Katarina, you can respond to what I said.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. My time stopped for a second. Okay. I mean, yeah. You could still take what they said into account. I mean, obviously, typically when people do hate crimes, they very much want you to know that they did a very good job at their hate crime. A lot of people like to be notorious.
Is that typical?
I mean, especially like if it's going to be a shooting, no matter what, you know that you're going to get caught for like other types of hate crimes. You know, like let's say when you're just pushing over like Asian people in the street, like you're just trying to do something and then run off. But when you're doing a shooting, you're expecting that you're going to get caught. So usually I've seen in all other circumstances when you do a shooting, a lot of people make sure that they like release their manifesto ahead of time. So everyone knows this is why I did it.
Yeah, it's only some shootings. But
I mean,
you have data to say that, but you're just saying like anecdotally.
I might be speaking speculatively, but has it not been a majority that people have dropped their shooting mixtape before doing it?
Has it been a majority? I don't know. Like, you tell me.
I'm asking.
I know you're making the claim here, so you tell me.
It doesn't matter anymore because, like I said, it's about the speed of justice. And right now, we're taking a lot of things for granted, right? We say we know these things because we're able to know these things. We can talk to his friends on Facebook. We can go through his internet search history. It's not that hard to figure out the motives of somebody who's doing this. Again, we're talking kind of past it, but this is a good point, is that he has the ability to do this, right? How does he have the ability to do this? How do multiple shooters have the ability to do this, right? Like, we don't ever talk about like, the police, like if the police have to shoot somebody, you know, like they did that UPS driver who was in Florida, right? Like nobody's like, oh, that was a shooting. No, they were just like, oh, that's just the police doing their job. Like it's fine. Like people are fine with shooting.
Yeah, we keep alluding to gun laws. So I want to ask, like, for anybody who is in favor for stricter gun laws, and I guess I am to some extent, what gun law do you think could have been enacted that would have prevented this shooting? What do you think?
So,
do it, Canada. Have a good night.
And do it, Canada.
Let's. Oh my God.
Well, let's see.
gun laws are and are.
Let's hold on one second. We got other people in who've been trying to get in. So let's go to Stardust, and then. Trimhole, no one else has got their hands up. All right, Stardust and Trimhole, and then Swamp Fox. All right, sure.
Okay, so again, if this is an issue with race or misogyny, because it sounds a lot like misogyny, right? What other crimes have been caused by misogyny? It's not just shootings, right? We have rapists, we have stabbings, we have violence against women. Like women are disproportionately affected by sexual violence because of the way that people have been taught to treat them and taught to view them, right? So whether we do a gun law or not, and I'm not necessarily against it, I do think the bigger issue here is the attitude that we allow people to have towards females, right? If you don't view females as an object, as something to as an object, as something that is tempting you, as something that is evil because it is tempting you, and as lesser than you, because clearly if you view a woman as somebody who's evil for tempting you, you're viewing them as less, right? You're viewing them as an object. If you view them like that, then yes, there is going to be more violence against them. There will be shootings, there will be stabbings, there will be rapes, there will be domestic violence, all of those things. So I think even like I think sure, you know, whatever with the gun stuff, right? But you're missing a vital cultural issue, a vital issue within our society.
Okay, Trumhole, Swamp Fox.
All right. So again, you know, gun control. Just on the issue of gun control, because that was brought up. Obviously, it's a shooting, right? Gun control is more of an afterthought. The real issue here is gun culture as a whole. The two biggest unions in America have guns on the job. Does anybody know what those unions are? Anybody? Want to give a guess? Real quick?
Military is not a union.
Yeah,
though.
police isn't a union.
Police and military. That's
But
right.
it's not a union though, right?
Have a union.
It's not a union.
So-
Look, do they have health care when most
this
people don't?
culture
Fine, it's a
breeds
union.
and
It doesn't matter.
encourages
They're not a
gun
union.
violence.
Dumbest take I've ever heard.
But go ahead.
Oh,
we
militaries
get
don't
your
have
point. We
unions.
get your point.
How is
The
that
military is
dumb?
not a union, but we can continue. We get it though. Go ahead. Charmhole?
Oh no, that was it. This culture, the military, the police culture, the cowboy American culture, it breeds and encourages gun violence.
Swamp Fox.
Okay, so I was watching this docu on like white nationalists and how they recruit people out of the military to speak to Charmhole's thing to get training and stuff, and also lately have been using like this method called leaderless resistance. Basically, it makes it harder for them to track them to these radical groups and get them for the racist or the hate crimes and shit, but they actually are part of these groups. You know, I think it was like Vice, or it's probably fucking stupid ass Vice, but they, I mean, their team did better research than the FBI has been doing. So I think it's a huge issue. I would love to get somebody for hate crime and murder and then like put them in jail forever or electric chair. I don't know. But I don't think the issue is just like, I don't know. Like, I feel like we're roping everybody into this one category of like people that like guns or military veterans or cops are all fucking crazy psychos that kill everybody. I was in the military. I have like a bolt action rifle that I use for hunting, and I teach my kids gun safety. That's literally it.
That's gun culture.
I don't really have, and I don't really care for cops either. But I know that they're not all bad.
There's other countries that have gun
Still
cultures
gun
that are
culture.
similar, but there's other countries that have gun cultures, not that are exactly like America's, but are similar to America's, and they don't have the same gun problems that we have. It's more about like the quantity of the guns and the fact that our gun laws are insufficient in stopping people who are bad from getting those guns.
American
Prime,
gun
can I say
culture.
something?
If I can, just real quick, even if we have laws that in place that stop people who don't deserve guns from getting guns, you can look at other countries where there are very strict gun laws, right? We can look at the UK, and with this misogyny that is ingrained in the culture there, they, instead of having an epidemic of gun violence, they have people going around and throwing acid in women's faces, right? They have
And rapes.
stabbings, right? Then rapes, right? This is a symptom of misogyny, a symptom of hatred, and not so much a symptom of the tools that we use, because I would argue that acid is horrible to suffer. That's my take. Whoever wanted to go after that.
Yeah, I want to say something. I think that the way we're kind of discussing this is on some level irresponsible, right? I'm not a fan of this idea of like just jumping to conclusions before all the evidence has been presented, right? Like this is what, only a couple days after it's happened, can at least a week, right? Like, can we give it some time to like, I don't know,
No,
for more stuff to come out, right? Like that
no, we
Right,
can't. This is the
Think
key to the
Prime
justice
waits for
system now.
results?
What do you mean?
Doesn't
No.
wait for more evidence. We
No,
talk right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, right.
Prime
No,
now.
no.
Prime
What
now.
we really
bro.
need here is
Give it to
more
me now.
bureaucracy, right? Come on.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
this-
lobotomize
this-
myself. I swear to God, I'm gonna like
this-
I
What?
set up a appointment.
I'm just like saying like this idea like we need to enact like mob justice, right? Because we definitely for sure 100% know what is right and wrong, right? Because we are the arbiters of truth, right? Like is like, I don't know, some cape shit. Right?
Arbiters
This is the
That's what
most
it is.
dangerous
Like,
thing
if
I've
you-
ever heard.
No, it is, yeah, like that's what you guys are doing, right? Like, well, not you.
That's how you get the
Charm
Jacobins
Holmes
in the French
specifically, right?
Revolution.
No, that's
and
literally no.
thousands-
That's you mean this, but like that's what Charm was literally like advocating for. He
Yeah,
was like, I
like-
want a faster justice system
That's-
where we could just like kill people.
Let's
That's
just
because
get the guillotine up
Whoa,
on the
whoa,
stand.
whoa! Not kill people.
This
Whoa.
this
Like,
is
that's, no, but
not,
that's the natural evolution of what you're advocating.
yeah, this is not V for
No, people who
like,
deserve
I don't
it.
understand. Like, you're not gonna put on a mask and like be a like revolutionary or whatever, right? Like, take a chill pill, let the system work. If it's not working, go through like all the steps you need to change it, right?
So you're okay with the mass
No.
shooting?
That's That's terrible. That's terrible.
bro.
Because you know what's funny?
Yikes.
Because we were just talking about the matter of fact, no, I'm not gonna do that. But no, that's a terrible take. Just
I
because
mean,
we want the system to work faster. No, the system is designed to work this way because America protects white male sovereignty. The
Oh,
reason America
true.
left the way I got this from Greg Carr, a black historian from I believe Howard. America is built to protect the sovereignty of white males because they didn't like the monarchy. So the premise of America is now every white male can be a king in his own right. It would be against the system for it to work faster against white males because now it's attacking the sovereignty that is established.
True.
We don't want they don't want the system to work fast, which is why we don't have
Weird, because
cops
the United
doing
States justice system is based off of like English common law, which was
well,
existed
exactly.
under
It's
the monarchy.
and it's one of the
True.
worst places, which is why they also taled about like the color of Meghan Markle's skin. The UK is terrible, and America is
I'm not.
just a branch of
No.
the UK.
Hmm.
The UK is down bad. That's I mean, not the entirety
Okay.
of the UK, the monarchy. Excuse me.
The-
Let me be.
I hope everybody just listened to what
let me
Azzy said
clarify.
because it's spot on.
Come on now, like the system is working
Listen,
as intended. This is why I said to the all these Canadians and all these people from France and all these people from Zimbabwe who had their own little. And then they
Look,
call
I
me
lived in your
xenophobic
unfortunate
and sign
country
me up
for a
like that.
while, and it wasn't great.
Uh,
I'm very aware of what
As
the
a
American
Europe-
system is.
Sure,
10 out of
Listen,
0 out
you
of 10.
live in a third world. You live in a first world country with running water. Like, come on, you guys. No, America. America.
like, you
needs to be solved
you
by-
are.
Charm,
I'm sorry.
One
but you are
second.
at the
Before you
point.
respond to Azzy, I will let you do that. But Charm, the same person who paid to unmute you just paid to remute you. So all right, there you go. All right, go ahead.
Can I talk?
Tayo, hold on. No, shut up, everyone,
get
please.
whiplash.
Everyone,
Holy
shut up for a second. Okay, one at a time. We're gonna do this one at a time. Tayo, finish whatever you're saying to him. And then we're gonna go to Clears. Clears has been waiting for a while. And then I guess James. Yeah, after that. Then
I'm
Calderon
just gonna
after
say,
that.
like,
Yeah, sure.
You literally sat here, right? And just told us your fan fiction about how you imagine like this person came up and was specifically like hunting these like Asian American women, right? Because like he had like some race fetish, right? Like where like there's no evidence to like support that, right? Like that's the issue I have is that like if you're gonna make claims, bro, make it based on evidence.
Hold on. Because let me respond to that. Because it's the same thing with that. We talked about this before on our All Black Everything panel, where Amy Cooper called the cops on a black guy, and the cop said there's no evidence to say it was a racial crime, even though there's a long history of white women, white people calling the cops on black people, and then they get off like. And then she goes to racial equity psychotherapy. She doesn't just do some regular psychotherapy. They literally have to like change her mind through all these tactics to get her to like black people more. No, bro, I'm going to talk about I'm going to talk about how this is a racial thing because he didn't just go to any sexual institution available. He didn't just shoot up a random person, a random hooker on the street. He went to the place of where his sexual fantasy was being fulfilled, because it was.
I think he killed 2 white women.
Azzy, bro, like I said,
the bystander. I'm sorry, they were getting their necks scrubbed and they were getting their not scrubbed. They're getting their legs massaged, and they happen. I'm sorry that God rest their souls. They happened to be there while all those people were working. He didn't go there to shoot.
This is literally what I said, right? If he went to like any strip club in Atlanta, right, like the women there, like 90% of them are black, right? Because the ATL loves their big booty bitches and shit, right? Like so. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Like if you went up there and shot up the strip club, right, you'd be saying, "Oh, this is a hate crime against black people," right?
No, I wouldn't. I'm just saying. No,
yes,
had a
you would,
sexual
bro.
No. I personally would not. But I'm saying because he.
No, that's
okay. Unless he went to 3 strip clubs, targeted 3 strip clubs. Like he didn't just go to one massage parlor. He went to several massage parlors and shot them all up. Like this man this was premeditated.
Where targets
like,
Yes,
even if this is a race thing, even if it's a race thing, I do think that it's still primarily a misogyny issue.
It is. It's a racial misogynist, and this is to Prime's point where we look at Asian women who are submissive, who are tiny, because men have this thing about tiny women and how they're so precious and cute, and we can control them and make love to them and all that. That's not my.
That's escalated.
Yeah,
That was a little
I don't like that.
That was a little. Hey, that was a little too descriptive. I don't know about.
See, that's the same.
Bro, Azzy, that's kind of sus, bro.
I'm gonna continue
You're exposing yourself.
continue the theme of Azzy can't finish his point.
Okay, Azzy, hang on. Azzy, what you do is you go on these long fucking tirades, right? At the moment anyone tries to respond to you,
triggered.
No, because you go on for fucking forever. You go on a 15-minute rant, and they're like, oh, I didn't get to finish my point. I'm being silenced, right? I'm being silenced. I'm being silenced.
Venom Jesus
is not going for a song. Look, finish it.
No.
Finish your point in the next 30 seconds. Finish your point in the next 30 seconds. If you can't make it, then it's too bad. 30 seconds. I'm timing you.
This is a sexual issue. This is a misogyny issue, and this is a racial issue.
Okay.
And it's because he had access to guns, because the system is built for white people to have access to guns. It's an American system. It's not wholly. We can talk about it, but it's the point of. It's obvious that it's a gun issue, but these things are the bearing issues. These are the definitive issues that all of America as a collective has seen. And even what's that name, Crowder, that you guys brought up before? He tried to flip it on off of white people and put it on black people.
And we're
say,
done. Thanks. Great.
Black people.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. All right, moving on. Clearest.
Yeah, so real quick, and by the way, Azzy, I was telling you to go on, by the way, when you were going on your tirade. Anyway, so the main thing that I wanted to say was I think you are going to end up seeing more and more gun laws passed as time goes on, because the NRA as a lobbying institution has completely collapsed over the last 10 years. They were very strong for quite a while, and they've, like I said, they've completely collapsed. Most of their funding has disappeared. Call me conspiracy theorist if you want, but I think a lot of that had to do with a lot of their funding coming from Russia, and basically you're seeing an increasingly shrinking influence in the Senate and other legislative bodies. So,
Are you saying a foreign entity was influencing American gun culture?
Yes.
Are you saying a foreign country might have had better gun control?
But anyway, real quick, if I can just finish my point. So the main thing I was going to say was I think we've gone too long. We've had too many of these mass shootings without some kind of easy, low-hanging fruit legislation passed to try and curb some of this stuff. And I think you are going to see some of this common sense stuff happen very quickly. And I think there was already a House resolution that was passed and to that effect. I can't remember the name of the bill, but
2.
Two. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Does anyone know what gun he used?
I don't.
Oh.
Y'all niggas talking about gun control. All this. All right, never mind.
So Katarana, and then if you want to go after that, Marks, I don't know. Oh no, Katarana, then James.
No, go. Yeah.
So Katarana, James, and you said you don't want to go. Marks, do you want to go or not?
No, I know.
Okay, Katarana, James, and then Swampox.
Okay, buongiorno. So yeah, to go back about the whole thing where somebody was saying like we should wait for more information before like moving forward and stuff. I guess I understand the utility of that when we're talking about the social issues, but at the end of the day, a shooting is a shooting. So at least we can talk about the gun laws. It doesn't matter about what the what the rationale is behind it when gun laws can still be opposed. I don't care if it was because he was having a bad day. I don't care if it was because ooh, girl's so cute and I can't touch, whatever. Just gun laws can be done without having all the information, because at the end of the day, the one fact still stands. He shot someone, several someones actually. So I think you can still go ahead and move forward with like the whole thing towards like getting stricter gun laws. I also think it's a little bit I guess optimistic to think that because the NRA is shitting the bag, that anything will happen in terms of gun laws. More specifically, because you have very lovely representatives in your Congress right now that their favorite pastime is negging school shooting survivors up and down the street. So yeah, I don't know how helpful that's going to be, because at the end of the day, like, sure, the NRA did have a lot of lobbying power, but you still have senators that don't want to go through, metal detectors. A lot of them are still carrying that typical NRA state of mind within a certain party. So I think it's a little bit optimistic to think that anything's going to really change too much here in form of gun laws. But I don't think it should stop anyone from having a conversation. Of course, stricter gun laws need to be imposed. On the end of like misogyny, I mean, what are we going to do? That doesn't mean that I think that nothing should be done about misogyny. I would genuinely like to know what are some of the suggestions to go ahead and curb, any form of rising in violence towards women. Honestly, because I mean, within a typical 100-year scale, we've been doing better in terms of misogyny. But okay, like, what do you want to do? Like, honestly, I'm not being facetious. What do you want to do?
Decrease decrease the.
You're not whamming. I'm talking to Stardust. Go take a walk.
I do
Oh,
want to
I'm
go.
sorry.
I do want
I
to.
didn't realize you were talking to
Such
me.
a toxic
What was your
modern
question?
woman. Oh my god. That was
Sorry,
so
what was your question?
Yeah, what do you want to do about misogyny?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what the solution is. I do know, though, what I do know in like my mind is that misogyny is the number one driving factor in this, with racial hate definitely flavoring it, right? And I think that we have this ingrained in our society on how we view women, right? And it's generally a driving factor behind like why so much violence happens against women. So I think there needs to be a change culturally, but I don't know how we would like implement that.
Oh, we can. It's easy. Decrease the improve. So there's a bunch of things.
Oh, don't
Improve the
have
way-
time. We don't have time for no.
Five
We gotta
things.
go to James. He's
All
been
right,
waiting.
Three things. Improve the way. Okay, so first,
This shit
the
about
way
to take
we
an
view
hour.
women,
This shit about to
the
take
way
an
we
hour.
view women,
Honestly,
the way we view women. All y'all are toxic femininity.
Dude, the foreplay to your set is immaculate, but like, please move on.
You are
Like,
yeah, I have to say, it was a
We're
conversation
such good
between.
listeners. I swear.
It was a conversation between me and Katarana, and Mr. Asby over here wants to insert himself into it. So I mean, I think that's probably an indicating factor, don't you think?
We
Yeah,
we have angry we got angry white men with less options in the market, in the sexual marketplace. They can't get married. People hate their guts.
I'm sorry, this is some hot bars of incel rhetoric, but like, actually, what was your point?
He's stupid.
I'm saying nothing,
Is it
bro.
not
I'm
true?
sorry.
Has the effect?
White men
has
are
the effect?
white
has
men
the
are
effect of
really
the-
like no.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
white men don't have enough options. You're so correct. Oh, not enough
Boys,
people are
Wait,
out
no,
there
hold
wanting
on,
to marry
hold on.
white
I'm
men.
actually, I'm gonna take
Oh.
issue.
Mute has come. It's out of my hands. Capitalism has told me that you need to be muted. So I don't have to tell you. Capitalism struck again. Hey, look, I advocate for socialism, but capitalism is still the dominating economic force, and it tells me that Azzy had to be muted. Oh, that sucks. But you're unmuted, Charmo, just so you know. All right, James, go ahead.
Yo, back. All right, so this is how.
James.
Okay. I thought I was tagged in. My bad. Jeez.
Okay. So I'm just going to start by saying that guy was creepy looking, just to start off the whole thing. And then there's definitely been a rise in like Asian hate crimes ever since like Trump did his little thing about, whatever, however he categorized COVID-19. And so
It's called a fascism.
Thank you. I needed that. Something that you have to understand about the culture of massage parlors is like, you're not gonna ever hear that it wasn't a shady massage parlor. You're never gonna hear those words when it was a shady massage parlor. So there's a good chance that it was a shady massage parlor, and you can just go with there. As far as the gun laws things go, I don't think that's an answer to anything. There needs to be better social systems in place to like have people understand and like actually process this kind of stuff, just a better culture. And then somebody brought up the fact, I don't know if this is true or not, in chat, that the guy had like a Confederate flag in his background on his Facebook, so, or something like that, on his Twitter. So I'm thinking that it was definitely something to do with being a hate crime. That's all I really got.
Okay, so we will go to Swamp Fox and then Red Charlotte. The Red Charlotte, and then Marks. But also, sorry, Sevatar and the Tayo. Did you want to get in line?
I'm
good,
fine
actually.
for now. I'm good for now.
Okay, all right. So then Marks. All right. So I don't have I don't have a mod here, unfortunately. So you guys can keep talking. What I'm gonna do is gonna take the camera off of you guys. Well, I go to the bathroom because I gotta go to the bathroom. But you can keep talking, and the chat will be able to hear you. So go ahead.
Can we just talk shit about Prime for the next 5 minutes?
Well,
Yeah,
Sounds
I'm
good.
down for that.
Beautiful baby
Goofy
boy.
ass.
So,
Going to the bathroom. Going
told
to
you that
goofy
I'm in
ass.
favor of gun control. I just want to say no, I'm not in favor of gun control. I am in favor of changing gun
Cringe.
culture. Gun culture is the
Cringe.
Yo, so I've
Unempirical approach to society.
look. I raised my hand. I'm trying to go to bed. I forgot half my statement, so you're free from that nonsense. But one thing I wanted to mention, like, I'm not against gun laws. Like, I'm cool with like a lot of fucking, like, even red flag laws. I think to an extent could do some good, right? I don't own any AR-15s or any of the guns everybody's afraid of, in general, you know. But as far as these lobbyist groups, the NRA shut down because of fucking everybody figured out that
NRA still here.
yeah, what I'm saying is they're not as prevalent anymore, even on the right, because they joined other groups because Wayne LaPierre is a fucking scumbag, and people were leaving the group because they weren't lobbying for people's rights, they were lobbying for the manufacturers, right? And then finally people on the right started to figure that out, so they started their own group. And also, gun lobbyist groups are not exclusive to the right either. There's like 5 or 6 liberal or leftist gun lobbyists.
Yeah, bro. Join the SRA, bro.
No, don't join the SRA. So like, I want to. Well, Swamp, are you leaving or are you sticking around?
I can stay for like whatever if anybody wants to like respond to me or hate
Oh,
on me.
okay. So I was gonna respond to both James and Swamp Fox. So like, the whole like changing the culture thing in order to like decrease like hate crimes against Asian people. It's not more of like changing the culture, it's more of a reversion of the culture. So like historically, this like trend of increasing Asian hate crimes has been like a very wasn't happening. 2020 is happening. I think it was like in the past like 5 years, a total of like 10 hate crimes against Christians have happened. In 2020, just in 1 year, it's 20, right? It is mostly to do with like COVID and like Trump's rhetoric or whatever. These things will subside. So just prescribing a cultural change isn't going to solve like what had happened, right? Like the cultural change you should prescribe should be done through policy to change education and how people view women and how people absorb misogyny, right? And again, the gun rules aren't like the change like that would solve this thing. This is just empirically untrue. This is what I'm going to talk about. What Swamp Fox was talking about, like changing gun control laws would literally have either prevented this, right, or made it much harder to have happened, or less people would have died. For example, if he had chosen to go with a rifle or a long gun this time in a shooting, the survivor who survived wouldn't be a survivor. She would be a corpse. And this can also be empirically verified. Bigger caliber, bigger death count. This is just a fact. And I can provide dozens and dozens and dozens of meta-analyses, literature reviews of both county-wide, statewide, countrywide, and international. Like, gun control works, and it makes less people die. This is just a fact.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you on that. Like maybe 2 people would have died instead of 8 people. But and as far as like the social thing, I'm talking about like just like when I talk about that, I mean like socially, like if you've ever watched shoot Joe Rogan, and he had like this black guy on, and the black guy went and he basically converted a bunch of KKK members into like being anti-racist, and the way that he did that is by like becoming friends with them. So he was like a jazz musician or something like that, and you went and that whole deal. So basically what I'm saying is like there has to be a change within like our culture to where it's acceptable for to kind of cross over that line, because that's like the best way to stop racism.
So,
Is that
all right,
really
I
like
wonder-
the
I
beauty
wonder-
of those?
But how do you? But the question is, how do you change the culture?
Well, here's what I'm saying is when you're scared to talk, like if you have some stupid views and you're pretty aware that they're stupid because people tell you that they're stupid all the time, like not being like you're gonna probably not feel okay with talking about those issues and maybe working through them, especially with mental health. Like if you're chastised for feeling a certain way, which you should be, but what I'm saying is if you have no like avenues to get better, then it's only going to get worse.
So we have so Swamp Fox, you went, Red Charlotte, you went, right? So then I guess we're at Mark's, right? And then we'll go to Charmhole, and then Claris, and who else? Oh, Katrana. Okay, Charmhole.
Right.
Claris,
Later, have a
And Stardust.
and Stardust.
All right, hot take. A lot of people in this country and outside this country don't actually give a shit about gun control. Gun control is only ever mentioned when mass shootings like these, which are sporadic and are very publicized, happen. Now, that's not to say that mass shootings aren't traumatic and don't need to be stopped, but the vast majority, it's not even comparable, happen due to handguns, and they happen in the poor inner city communities, particularly within ethnic communities. The only reason people actually give a shit about gun control in this country is because these things are so publicized and they're so sporadic. Way more people die in this country due to other means, due to poverty, and by other means. I think that the gun control argument within this within most of these discussions, especially this discussion, if you're not giving like an actual prescription, you're just hand waving and say, oh, we need better gun control, without actually giving like a sort of detailed plan of what you want to do, then it's useless. It's just hand waving. It's just virtue signaling at this point. Like just waving it off and saying that, yeah.
You can respond, Red Charlotte.
So I don't know what you mean by hand waving. Nobody does this except a news anchor, where like they don't have the knowledge of all the data and the studies and the policy reviews, right? The data I cite isn't just like analysis of the status of like what causes gun crime. They are studies on the effects of gun legislation, right? Policy reviews. And I can cite all of those policy reviews, stuff like waiting times, stuff like confiscations, stuff like blanket bans on certain types of guns, ammo taxes, magazine capacity limits, all things that can be empirically verified. Lower the quantity of mass shootings, lower the quantity of gun crime, lower the quantity of gun suicides, and lower the quantity of gun accidents. It lowers both. Well, what you brought up a good point. Mass shootings are the minority of like gun crime, right? They are a very small portion. But it's just because something is a small problem relative to other problems doesn't make it not a problem. Because, for example, I would agree more with you if the United States had an equivalent mass shooting rate of every other developed country. The thing is, it doesn't. Other countries don't have this problem, albeit a minor one. You wouldn't tell like a person with cerebral palsy that like, oh, there's only like 5 of you in the country. Why should we care to fund like policy to like fix your problem or to like assist you, right? So like the minutia of a problem for me like isn't really a big deal, because relative to other countries we do have a problem. And like the stuff I present isn't just for like long rifles like I showed, right? It's for handguns specifically.
Yeah, and I'm not talking to you specifically, but I'm talking in general. As far as like advocating for like specific gun control laws, what I often see in a lot of these conversations when mass shootings go off, people just generally say we need stricter gun control without adding like actual without prescribing anything. And what I mean by like bringing up like the ethnic minorities, like a lot of people prescribe like, oh, we need to ban assault rifles or just generally speaking like that. Most of these issues are only apply to a very small portion of mass shootings, and they don't apply to the mass majority of gun crimes. That's what I mean by it's sort of like hand waved and how it's very publicized. And a lot of the prescriptive solutions, if people offer that at all, only prescribe to the minority of the actual problem.
Okay. Let's go. We got it going down the list. Oh yeah, you're unmuted, Azzy. So we'll go to Charmho, Claris, Katarana, Stardust. Charm? Oh, Charm gone? Oh, okay. No, Charm's back. Hey.
Yep, sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, it's your turn.
All right, yeah. So every single time I've been arguing against gun culture for a very long time now, and something that always comes up is everybody always says, "Oh, it's a mental problem. Oh, it's in the brain. It's in the brain, right?" So I have to ask this question then: is Nazism a mental disorder?
What? What?
Is fascism, is
Let's go.
racism, is authoritarian nationalism, right? We know he's a Trump supporter. We know obviously cops love Trumps. They love guns. They love gun
what do you
culture.
think-
Gun culture is specifically fascism, especially when it's in the hands of government. So
What do you think
have to ask
people are
ourselves,
saying when they say that?
I
all I'm
really want
asking
to see how you connect this.
is Nazism a mental disorder? That's my
So
question.
What do you think a mental disorder is?
Nazism.
Yeah, like
You're going with this.
so when people are talking about mental disorder as the problem, they're talking specifically about like America has a mental health issue that we need to fix, not that like gun culture itself is like a mental health like problem.
Right. Yeah.
I
I mean,
so
again, I think
I'm
guns
just
are
really
cool.
confused on
I
where you're
literally play
coming from
video
that.
games all the time with guns, and I shoot things all the time. I love guns. Guns are cool. Is Nazism a mental disorder?
No.
What is that?
Nobody here thinks
Wait,
that. So
okay.
I'm still confused.
How is it not?
What do you mean?
What do you
has-
think? Because there is a medical definition of mental disorder, and Nazism doesn't fall into that medical definition.
Why not?
Wait, what do you think a mental disorder is?
being wrong about something
Well,
isn't a
apparently
mental
mass
disorder.
shootings, right?
Being
Because
a bad
again,
person
every
isn't a
time-
mental
no, listen,
disorder.
every time there's a mass shooting, everybody always says it's a mental problem. We need
That's
better
because they're
mental
wrong.
health.
Everybody always says.
I don't
right?
see who's made that argument here, though.
Guys, just some
It was
people
literally
say.
no.
some
Somebody
people
already,
do this.
trust me. Somebody already brought it up
only
twice.
people-
I've heard it twice tonight.
Wait, Charm. The only people who bring up like, oh, it's a mental
you're the only one
issue.
who's brought
The
it
only
up
people
so
who
far.
scapegoat to that issue, like to that point, are literally people who are pro-gun and are trying to obfuscate the problem. Because one, we already know that mentally ill people are more likely to be victims than to be perpetrators. Two, all the data I cite controls for mental illness. Even when controlling for mental illness, high gun prevalence, high gun death, homicide, suicide, mass shootings. Just solving the mental health crisis that we have in this country isn't going to solve the gun problem. Just like it's literally just obfuscation. Mind you, we still should solve the mental health problem.
So okay, we'll move on. Azzy, you've been muted. This time for 20, but Azzy, this is the last time. And just to everyone, don't mute Azzy again. I'm not gonna honor your mute if you mute Azzy again, okay? So like he's already been muted, but it'll be totally a half hour. Don't mute him again. Like you can send me money. You can still send me money. But don't try to mute Azzy. I don't wanna
That's
I don't
so
want to pick on people like that.
Azzy, if you send me your talking points, I'll just repeat them verbatim.
You can do that too. Okay,
It's gonna cost you 10 points. It's gonna cost you 10 points a point, though. All right, or $10 a point. Okay.
Let's continue down the list. So there's Clearest, and then Katarana Stardust.
Yeah, so I know Red Charlotte and I don't go by James weren't here when we were talking about this specifically. Maybe you guys were in the chat. I don't know. But this guy specifically, I don't know if you want to take his word for it or not. He specifically told investigators that this was not racially motivated. He had a track record of sex addiction and going to these massage parlors, frequenting them basically to get their services. So I think there's a stronger vein in this discussion to tap into in terms of misogyny and basically violence against women rather than a racial component. You could say that there's a racial component, maybe he had some kind of a fetish or something like that. But to me, it's pretty clear that he didn't have some kind of anti-Asian hatred or anything like that. That doesn't really seem to be substantiated by anything that happened or that was said or anybody that knew him. It's possible that there could be something there that we could be missing, but by all accounts, that's just not substantiated by anything. So that's really the main point that I wanted to put out. Yeah.
Prime, can I say something?
Okay, yeah, and hold on, sorry, let me, I'll say one thing quickly. To Swamp Fox out there, 5,000 bits is $50, so 1 bit equals 1 cent. But there's like a premium, like there's a fee attached to it. So even if you pay $50 for 3,000 bits, that's not. I don't get 3,000 bits. That's you're paying. You gave me $30 with 30 bits, 3,000 bits. So you need 2,000 more bits. All right. Okay. So go ahead, Tayo. You can respond.
Streamlabs next time.
So
Oh, there we go. All right.
can I respond?
And 1 second, Charmhole, you've been banned for the night.
All right, it was nice talking with y'all.
Wow.
Twitch.tv/Charmhole. I know I made
No,
a
don't
gun
promote
control
them out of
asshole
here.
real mad. They're real mad. I'm out. See you later.
James, actually, I want you to go first,
Mad.
right? Because you're an Asian American, right? I'm assuming, so you probably have more insight on this.
I don't know if I have more insight, but I would just say that, like, if this happened in a black community, I heard this argument, then you would automatically be saying, oh, it was a black hate crime, this and that. And I just think that it's kind of silly that somehow it gets diverted away from that. And it like instantly gets turned in like, oh, this is misogynist. Oh, this is that. Like maybe like there's probably components of all of that in there, but it's just I think it's like unfair to kind of dismiss that element of it.
I don't think anyone
can
is dismissing it.
Well, hold on, I can dismiss it because there is no evidence to suggest otherwise. You'd have to assert some kind of evidence or
Have you done
present
due
something.
research on the matter?
But
Yeah,
this is the point. If you can show me something where he said that he didn't like Asians or that he was particularly upset with Asian people, maybe I could give some credit to this. But again, this goes back to Hitchens' razor. That which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So
You're the
therefore,
one
you
who's
have to
claiming
have
there's
more-
no evidence.
So
That's a claim.
but there isn't.
So
Like I don't like.
I already
I mean, we
kind of
don't-
did state the evidence, but you just kind of glossed over
What
it.
evidence?
I said that on his Facebook, there's like pictures of Confederate flags. So
But that's not a specific. That's not an explicitly anti-Asian sentiment. That's not
Okay,
even
but it's pretty
an
racist.
explicitly racist sentiment. That's not.
That
No, no,
is,
no.
that is 100% racist, buddy.
So I mean, like,
there are racist implications that you could associate with a Confederate flag, but that's not an explicitly racist sentiment.
I mean, does he have to like specifically say I hate Asians like to be a racist? Is
That would
how
help your
works?
argument. That would help your argument. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's ridiculous. I don't even know what to say.
I don't know if we're. I
No,
don't know
so
if,
so like
If there was any kind of track record of him being upset with Asians or making Facebook posts basically saying the Wuhan flu or talking about how people killed or Asians spread the COVID virus around and killed his family members, something like that. If there was something like that, something that you could point to and say explicitly there was some kind of hatred there, some kind of animus. You could present that and you could make a convincing argument. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like
Help
that.
that we know that he's a white supremacist. Wait, doesn't that we know that he's a white supremacist?
Is there
Did he-
is there
Is there evidence to that effect?
No, there
Yeah,
isn't.
I
So
mean-
no, that's
Yeah,
not
he
okay.
was-
I Savitar, I'm with you. People who fly the Confederate flag are racist, but like in a discussion of what motivated the shooting, just saying he was racist is not evidence that the particular action was motivated by said racism, because like in the CNN article, it talks his family they literally kicked him out of their house for being addicted to porn. Like he's so sex addicted, and then the people from his psych ward, or like rehab facility, not psych ward, literally talked about he would go on like rants about like religious guilt. This is like a person who is like deeply addicted to sex and like driven most likely by like some sort of Catholic guilt.
So
Like,
let's go to Katarana, and then Stardust. Yeah.
got on.
Yeah,
I can't hear you.
I'm sure you're making brilliant points.
I agree.
Yeah, amazing, fantastic. There we go.
We missed the answer to the life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah. 42.
Okay, cool. So I don't know if I'm misquoting you, so let me know. I don't go by James, but you were bringing up the whole idea of the black guy that was going and speaking to people at the KKK to like kind of unradicalize them, and you want to know about like when will we get to the point where perhaps that could be done for other racial groups. Is that what you were saying prior, like a couple points ago?
I think somebody was just asking me how, like, one way that it would be done, and I was just kind of saying that you just people have to get in the mentality of expanding their circle. I mean, I have been around people that were pretty racist, I would say, and they were less racist, I would say, after I interacted with them. Maybe they weren't not racist, but I didn't really spend enough time with them in order to, I guess, get them there.
Well, I
Okay,
will
yeah.
say that.
I'm not
Oh,
done. Okay.
go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, no problem. So yeah, I just want to like kind of like push back a little bit on that because I don't like the whole idea of yeah, I don't like the whole idea of that being some like groups that are being targeted job to go around and like kind of educate people. And I know you're not saying that this is like, you know, we should create like a squad where, you know, people of different ethnic groups go and like infiltrate Nazi circles, but like I just don't even like that as being like one of the ways that we think of going ahead and fixing this, because like just like it should be trans people to like trans people's jobs to validify their identities all the time, it shouldn't be your job to go ahead and explain to people that like Asians shouldn't be discriminated against, and like, look, I count as a person too. Like it's kind of strange, I guess, is having that like, and I know exactly the person that you're talking about. Like he became friends with a bunch of KKK members, and I don't like, I'm sure it worked for him, and I don't really think that should be something that should be like done across the board, because that just sounds like a lot of mental and emotional work that no one should have to do just to advocate on behalf of their like identities. Um, but also, I know, Marx, you were saying that nobody has been sitting here and actually giving any form of details of what they wanted. And I know I said Canada, and I did go ahead and explain a couple of times of what I meant, but I guess no one actually like completely heard what I was saying. So I just want to say that, like, once again, when I say do a Canada, what I mean by doing a Canada is, in Canada, all gun owners have to be licensed, and all handguns and most semi-automatic weapons have to be registered. Handguns cannot be carried outside of the home, concealed, either concealed or openly, without a specific license, in which is only given to people that need guns for work. License require in training, training in gun safety and extensive background check. They need to be locked and unloaded at all times, unless you are taking them out for the specific usage. These are what I mean by doing a Canada, and I think this would be really helpful in a long term for going around and maybe subsiding the amount of people that are getting shot in your country.
And to piggyback
For
off of
simplifying
something
it.
she said, so like the long gun I just showed on screen a couple minutes ago, to like put in perspective how easy it is to get a gun in the United States and nobody know, right? This is an AR-15, right? Uh, this has no serial number on it because it's made from an 80% lower. I got it for $600 from my friend. It's not registered. I don't have a license. I don't need a license. In Michigan, you don't even need a concealed carry license to conceal carry a handgun. You can just buy an infinite amount of these, unregulated, and the ATF can't do anything because it's totally legal. There's no other country is like this, by the way.
Simple
That's
as just doing
that's
a
military.
Canada, though.
That's military
Like,
grade equipment that anyone.
I mean,
It's not
kind of.
quite military
Kind of.
grade. It's a little less than military grade, but it's just it's a death machine that anyone in at least your part in America can get their hands on quite easily.
Laura,
Absolutely.
you can respond, and then we'll go to Stardust.
yeah, I don't think it's as simple as doing a Canada. I think that there's what?
Well, I don't think that Katarana is saying it's simple. She's just
Well,
providing
It's not
prescription.
simple, but there's very like well-defined policies that Canada has, and it's not that hard to just copy and paste it into your own policies. I mean, and obviously it's not just copy and paste, but just bring it to your floor, like have your representatives introduce it. It's clearly working for other places. A lot of other countries have had mass shooting issues, and they've curbed it by gun reform. And a lot of like the discourse that goes on in the States about like, oh no, it's not that easy. Like, well, like it kind of is. Like you can go ahead and take away people's rights all the time. You do it all the time too. I mean, like basically America like professionally takes away
I'm
people's rights.
sorry. I'm sorry. You can't do that. To think that that like is politically viable in America is just lunacy. There's no way that you could just go to Congress and say, yes, we're going to fundamentally change people's rights to carry firearms. That would
Well,
I
not
mean,
fly.
I mean,
That
you
wouldn't even
fundamentally
fly.
take
That
away
wouldn't even
people's
fly
rights
with
to be able to
this
serve
is
as
this is
trans on
this
the
is
military
ignorant.
base, but we're not speaking
No.
One at a
No.
time. One at a time, please. So, Katarina, you can respond to that.
Oh yeah, I was saying like sure. I mean it's hard, and I know America is very a big fan of being the land of the free and liberties and pride and whatever. But I mean like you guys constantly like walk around saying that like you liberty,
That's not
everyone
my
have what you
question.
want.
That's not my.
No, no,
That's
no.
not
But
my
I'm saying like you
statement.
constantly are taking away people's rights. So why not
That's
just
not
do it
my
for something that
statement. That's
actually
not
helps
my
your
point.
country?
That's
Okay, what's
not
your point?
okay. Okay. Do you think it's politically viable in America to go ahead to go to Congress and say we need to change the gun laws and radically change the gun laws in this country?
Was it politically viable 70 years ago for Black people to have voting rights?
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
know.
That's not the question. Just
Advocate for it.
answer
Literally
the
advocate.
question.
Advocate for it. Yes, it will be viable.
Okay,
People
we
will
can advocate it
for
all we want. Do you think it's politically viable for that to happen right now in America?
Over a course of time, if you advocate for it long enough, and if like people stay
Well,
on the
no,
point, yes, it is viable. Just like everything
yeah,
else in the world is viable.
Katarina said that her solutions are long term, that help curb this stuff is in the long term. Now we can have two different discussions. I think what we're right now discussion of what ought to happen. We could say the same thing for like the culture arguments people bringing up now. Obviously, we're not going to snap our fingers and change the culture. We're not in that stage right now, but we're advocating for what we ought to do to fix this problem. Now, if you want to have about what's
My
practical in
problem.
our political,
My problem with this is that the way that she brought it up was I just want to do a Canada but in America. The problem with that is the culture that exists in America is not adequate to doing a Canada, to just creating a system that will stop guns altogether. We need to move away from that process and create a system where people will responsibly use guns in an appropriate manner.
I agree.
Okay, but I'm
But
saying
you
like
do that through
currently
legislation.
a lot of the things that
You
people
can't do
propose
that
when
through
they go ahead and
legislation.
talk about gun reform, every time people go around and say, oh, maybe we should talk about hate crimes, oh, we should talk about mental health, and like that never gets done either. So like, I mean, we can sit here all day and talk about all the problems that America has and say, yeah, I guess it's just a mental health issue, but like your government doesn't do anything to move towards actually getting any solutions to any of your gun violence issues. You're not getting better health care to go ahead and address the mental health issue. No one's putting out legislation to go ahead and regulate some of these more hate crimes. Not enough is going on to go ahead and stop anti-Asian hate crimes. There's nothing going on to go ahead and stop the mass shootings. So I guess like, yeah, let's just keep on doing what's been going on for last 20 years. Let's just say, oh, gun bad, and then in 5 weeks gun bad again, and then we can do it again.
So listen, we can't do any of that right now. We need to update how we think about guns, how we think about what we like, how guns are in society. We need to stop thinking of them
let's
as
drop
like
a couple of
Rambo
Netflix
killing
series so we can
machines.
go ahead and have people think about things differently,
But
or
you're
you can
like-
just propose legislation. I don't
You
understand how
can't
you think
propose
you're gonna
legislation. I am telling you right now, if you went to Congress and proposed gun legislation, you'd be laughed out by 3/4 of the fucking
Yeah,
Congress.
so if
Nobody
I
would
can,
take you
if I can stand
seriously.
in here, wait, if I can get in here real quick. So I think the issue here is the idea that just starting with outright abolition of gun rights within the United States is just going to be a non-starter. I think that as soon as you put that forward, that shuts down all
that was
form.
not what I was proposing whatsoever.
Yeah.
You're saying reform the. You're saying take away people's rights to own guns.
No, I said
No, she's not.
I said you can still have all the guns you want.
Modest gun
You
reform.
just
No,
have
no.
to register it. That's literally like what I there's nowhere I said that you can't have access to certain to your handguns. I said that you need to register it. I said that you need to keep it locked. I said that you need to do training. That's what I said.
So
I didn't
it's
say
the
that you
problem
can't
with-
have you can have all the guns you want.
Wait, Red Charlie, am I crazy or something? But did you not say we take away people's rights all the time? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I mean,
One,
that's
we
what
do,
it
well,
No,
no, this is
yeah,
you're
no, 'cause you were
obfuscating.
saying-
Obfuscation.
yeah.
This is dumb. So like, okay, to lawyer. I don't know what the fuck. How do you like? This is so idealist and like completely nonsensical. One, your claim about like being laughed out. I just put on the Biden-Harris like plan to end like gun violence. Like, The president and the majority of Congress and the Senate, being Democrats, do in fact want to pass like gun legislation, and one of their priorities,
Not
the
true.
DNC. Do I need to cite their policies, their
There's
policy
two-
proposals?
The DNC maybe, but there are individuals in the Congress right now that will never pass gun legislation.
The Republicans don't control the 3/4, like your 3/4, which is a complete nonsense. Almost every Democrat like backs the DNC 2020 platform for like gun control legislation. And the thing about how like gun legislation can't change behavior, legislation is one of the biggest ways to change behavior. It's called social engineering. So like the 1964 Civil Rights Act, when people are not legally allowed, while racism still exists, it helped a huge amount. When you're not legally allowed to discriminate against people of color, it creates a culture where it's normalized that you're not supposed to discriminate against people of color. It's literally taken as a given in society today that if you discriminate based on people's like race, you are a piece of shit. The same as being like if in other developed countries, they have safe storage laws, they have ammo laws, they have all of these different things and like licensing laws about literally like legislating gun culture, that it is mandatory that you keep it in safe storage. It is mandatory that you take like a 6-month class and join a gun club so that you know that you are competent, that you know how to handle a firearm, and to know that you are safe when handling a firearm, and understand how dangerous a firearm is in the wrong hands.
So
all of these things can be passed today, literally now. The only thing stopping it is the filibuster.
So
That's it.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna let in Stardust has been waiting. Sam, and then back to Katarana, if that's your hand
Can
up.
I
I'm not sure.
respond to that?
No, come on. We gotta move on. You'll get the we'll come back to you. Stardust.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to reply to a point that was made earlier. Somebody was talking about mental illness. I think the guy left now. But when I was talking about this being like a symptom of like misogyny and hatred, I don't necessarily think that that is a mental illness issue, because we see that type of like attitude throughout the world, right? And also I do think, while there may be racial undertones to this, I think it is it's kind of conflating when you try to say, somebody earlier said like fetishization. I think we're putting two things together that we don't really have evidence for, right? I do think we have evidence for this being based on somebody's addiction, and based on misogyny, and based on like religious fundamentalism, and I think there is a possibility of it being partly racially motivated as well. But speaking to that point, I think that I do have to say I'm not sure. I see your guys' point about gun regulation, right? I don't know how viable it is to convince the American public of that, and I don't know. I don't know how. I feel like gun culture is harder to change. Is going to be one of the hardest things to change within America, right? I think though, like sure, we could put in some more regulations. As far as that goes, though, yes, it would reduce gun violence, for sure, and it would reduce gender-based gun violence and racial-based gun violence. But I will say there are still, again, countries where people don't have easy access to guns, where there are epidemics of other violence against specific groups, right? Like there are epidemics of like other type, like there's stabbings, there are acid attacks, there are like, I mean, like I understand it's not the same, it's not equivalent, right? Okay, or whatever you're gonna say, but I agree with you. Yes, like we can do like regulation, we can put in policies for that. But I think that there also needs to be like an education initiative, right? There needs to be some sort of thing within that we start pushing for culturally, socially, to change our attitudes towards how we deal with females and with women, and how we deal with our attitudes towards that.
Okay, so we'll go to Sam, Katarana, Bertler, and then Red Charlotte. Okay.
Yeah. So mental health is something that I like harp on a lot about this stuff. But I mean, going off of what Red Charlotte said, even then we can still have things like I grew up in Newtown, Sandy Hook. I was here when the shooting happened. I know a lot about this, about Adam and the stuff that happened. He had a lot of mental problems and his family couldn't afford it. But again, there's also the issue where the guns in that house were easily accessible to somebody with who had these issues, right? That has nothing to do with him having the mental health problems that he had. So again, these are things that legislation can control, like Red Charlotte said. And again, for Bird Lawyer, we have 2 bills that just passed the House that have to do with gun control. So we'll see what happens with the Senate. And I hope they get passed, and then
We will see. Yeah.
yeah. Then I
We will
hope
see Joe Manchin shoot them down the minute that it gets on the Senate floor.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I also wanted to address Red Charlotte's point because I think it was too much of a simplification. If you can clarify it more if you want. So my understanding was that you think that legislation changes culture, and while I agree with that to a certain extent, but your example of the civil rights movement, it wasn't just the legislation and the enforcement of minorities within white spaces that caused the civil rights movement. What happened before the whole civil rights era, to where it convinced a large, I wouldn't say majority, but a large portion of the youth of white people that black people did actually deserve their rights. That was a massive contributor within the social acceptance of black people into white spaces. And the same thing is, and a contrast here is that is a social problem, and specifically with guns, it's a commodity. And we can see within examples of prohibition and the drug war, outright banning something or just eliminating something doesn't exactly solve the solution. As long as your society wants that commodity, they will find ways to get it. And I think that by people bringing up the cultural problem, that's what they're getting at, is that we can pass the legislation we want, but we need to do something not necessarily similar to the civil rights movement, but do something to try to curb the culture, because as much as America wants the commodity of guns, they will have it. That's what they're talking about.
Okay, so let's go to Katarana, Bird, and then Red.
Can I let Bird go before me? Because I'm sure he's going to say something that I'm going to want to respond to, and then I'll just go after him.
Okay, Bird.
Right.
And I'll go after Red if that's okay.
Let's do it. Okay, so to talk to Red Charlotte's first. No, America cannot pass these gun legislations. If you think that, I don't know which world you're living in. And even if they did pass it, these
Provide a
laws would be
citation.
what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Okay,
It's very easy to get citations of polls.
I can
Just get a
see.
poll that
Listen,
shows
listen.
people's
No. Because America doesn't follow polls like the American Congress doesn't follow polls of the American people. Look at how like unrepresentative our Senate is. I think it's like 40% of Americans voted for Republicans, but like 50% of Republicans are in the Senate. That doesn't make any sense. Like, we can't just look at polls of Americans and say, well, yes, this is what the Americans think. This is obviously what the Senate's going to believe. No, it's a terribly undemocratic process. And to say we can pass all these laws, no. When I said 3/4, I was being a little bit hyperbolic there. What I really meant is nobody honestly in Congress believes that they can pass any of these laws. When you get the laws that are passed, 99% of the time they're shut down anyway in the courts like 2 months later, because there's a lot of courts that are packed with Republican judges. The highest court in the land is packed with Republican judges. None of these courts are going to let these laws stand. If you get to the Senate, like I said before, no fucking way Joe Manchin is going to let like a break to the Second Amendment stand through the Senate. There's no possible way he would do that. The seat before he could even like look at the polls, right?
So, Katarana, you can respond.
That was the mozzarella ass brain take, but okay, let's go. Yeah. So the whole idea.
Like mozzarella.
Great, because you got no creases, boy. That was weak. Yeah, I hate this idea that like Joe Manchin is like the $1.99 president now, and he gets to decide everything. Like I understand that we all have to beat him off and everything until like the primaries come around, but like no, we're not gonna like not propose things that are like good for the country just because Joe Manchin might say no. Like this is really stupid.
Well, I'm
And
glad that you don't understand American politics. So
I mean, luckily for you, I live there, so I also do understand your political system, and it's also dog shit. So, seems like you have a bit of a representation issue if you can recognize that like things are overwhelmingly supported by your populace, and if it is constitutional and your Supreme Court will go ahead and put it down, then it looks like you have a problem with your democratic system.
it's not technically constitutional. These bans that you're talking about are many
Are
times
you
not.
allowed to? Are you allowed to scream? Are you allowed to scream fire in a movie theater? No, but
Do you
what
think
about my
that's what
free
I'm talking
speech?
about?
But no, it's restricting my free speech. Am I allowed to tell somebody every day that I'm going to murder them? But my free speech, like we have restrictions for these things all the time, and like this is not actually restricting your access to get a gun. It's putting like additional things like you can still have the same fucking guns you want, just go ahead and register them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't have guns, beat off to a gun, lick the gun, play with the gun. I don't care. Have all the guns you
Court
want.
case
Literally
after
have a
court
house
case
made out
of
of guns.
these.
I don't care. But just
But I can
register
cite
it.
you
That's all
court.
I'm saying.
I can cite you court case after court case of this exact thing happening, where it goes into the courtroom and the judge looks at it for 3 fucking seconds and says, "This is unconstitutional. It breaks the Second
Okay,
Amendment,"
so
and throws it out
literally
the fucking window.
so every single gun reform that we've ever proposed in the whole world is unconstitutional, and we should just let people do whatever they want.
Citation.
No,
Citation.
right now, actual background checks are also unconstitutional. Let's take those off. Let's actually take off everything. Allow 13-year-olds to get it because that's unconstitutional. Like this is nonsense. You're
But
actually
Kat,
saying pure nonsense. You can
you
always
you
go
can
ahead and
just ask
add.
him. Kat, you can just ask him for a citation. Bert, you made an empirical claim just now. You just said that like almost all or a large majority or a big amount of like gun control legislation gets passed that gets immediately struck down by like courts. Can you provide a citation for that?
Yeah, hold on, give me a sec. I'll bring
Because
up all the court cases.
and earlier I didn't get to respond to something someone said a long time ago, like saying that like we haven't had massive fucking gun legislation like ever. One, I don't know if you ever heard of the NFA, the like FOPA, and like the fucking federal assault weapons ban. These are fucking massive pieces of legislation that were upheld in the courts. Like I don't know, the 1986 FOPA, right? Literally banned all like automatic firearms that were produced before
1986.
produced after 1986, and it costs like $20,000 to like get one now. The courts didn't deem this unconstitutional, even though it pretty much put a blanket ban on a certain type of firearm because it, by the way, it has been upheld through constitutional review time and time again. Most gun control is in fact constitutional.
Because
He's not
as I
saying
said,
whoa.
No,
He's not
but
saying it's not
no, he's literally
constitutional.
saying that anything that we're going to bring toward is
Will
even
be
if it
struck down
passes
as
the Senate,
unconstitutional.
it's going to be shut down by the Supreme Court because it's full of Republicans and it's actually not going against the Bill of Rights, which
It was
is
literally a
absolute
conservative
nonsense.
judge. It was literally a
He's
conservative
being
judge that made the
dramatic.
final rule on like
This,
firearm.
you can't be dramatic about Supreme Court going ahead and
Was it
rejecting things.
Gorsuch? Was it Gorsuch that said that rights are not unlimited? Literally in a case about guns, where they literally upheld a gun control legislation that it was not unconstitutional because, like Gorsuch said, I'm pretty sure it was Gorsuch said, not law like rights are not unlimited. You can limit them.
Hold on, no,
Yeah.
no, because you guys are naming all these archaic gun law. Name in the
They're
past.
still being
'cause-
upheld.
hold on, hold on,
They
hold
can
on,
be as
hold on, hold on.
archaic as I fucking want. Are they still upheld? Then they can be from 1982.
Hold on.
It could.
We
Dude,
are in
George
20
Orwell could
it's
have wrote up
been
the fucking thing.
almost
Is it still
40
upheld?
years. 2008. Okay. When's the latest? Okay. So you guys are saying gun laws will be upheld. When is the last gun law? Besides, I think there's one currently right now in 2021, and that's been introduced since 2019. What's the last gun law that's been passed?
Azzy, look
Within
in
the
chat.
past-
Look in chat.
I'm gonna look in chat. VC
text.
Don't
That was something I had copied to remember something. Don't ignore the stuff I wrote. Look at the link.
Ignore it. You're sending
No,
me
no, no,
fake
no, no.
news?
Because it's a separate like message I was writing for something else, but I didn't want to like remove it. So just look at the link. Just in
Charlotte,
2018,
tighten
because
up,
of gun
Charlotte, tighten
advocacy,
up.
fuck you. 67 gun laws were passed across states just in 1 year. We can't just look at federal legislation because we live in a state system. You have to look at the laws being passed within states. Some states are like expanding gun laws, like in Michigan, which is fucking cringe.
2018.
But if you look at 2018 was 3 years ago. You said you were
but
complaining
20
about 30 years
no,
ago,
no,
so I
no,
gave you
because
3
that's
years ago.
that's because the culture in 2018 was it's generally because the culture changed. Wait, hold on. 2018.
I
2018.
forgot.
Hold on.
Guys, we're in the middle of a culture war. I forgot about this.
Because you guys definitely said, and I was sending this to Burt Lawyer, but he wasn't reading his messages, so he didn't keep his end of the bargain. So I literally had to sit here for like 10 to 20 minutes and listen you guys say the most obvious things, and then people in chat, brain dead people in the chat. I'm just playing. I'm not brain dead, but saying, "Oh my God, these obvious things are so based. We've never heard these things before." Like, yes, obviously, if you pass gun laws, you keep guns out of people's hands. Yes, that's going to prevent people from shooting. Yes, that's obvious. We know that. But we're talking about we're in a system. America is a backward system. It's literally a system that upholds oppression. The oppressor has no incentive to stop oppressing. Like when you remember when we brought up the point, I think was it Tayo who said it was either Tayo or somebody else. No, or what was it? Don't go by James, who said the African American man went to the KKK and changed the person. He said, "Oh, it's not my responsibility to talk to this guy."
I said that.
Yeah,
I said
know,
it shouldn't be people's responsibilities. Do you want to go ahead into places where you feel unsafe and have to explain to people?
The take itself is silly because it's not about responsibility.
It's about what works.
It just sounds like emotional labor. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think it should be something that we advocate for, that people put the emotional labor into explaining to bigots why
emotional labor is required.
Oh my! Because it's a part of changing the culture.
The number one. But it shouldn't be like every. Even though it works, I'm sure it does work. It's not like a question about whether or not it works. I just don't think that should be an expectation we put on everybody.
Sabotage, give it a try.
I want her to finish and then I can go, but it's just like, are you done, Katarina or Katarina?
Katarina.
Yeah, so like as someone that I know it doesn't come off apparent in my face, but I am part of sorry, I see that my camera's doing something. I'm a part of multiple racial minorities, so I am a Black Asian Jew. Wow, how cool. So, that's look, I'm going to have to go ahead and advocate for all these different groups. Do I want to do that? No, I don't want to fucking do that. And that shouldn't be like an expectation. I understand that it works. I understand that at the end of the day, it brings people over, but it's just a lot of emotional labor to put on average everyday citizens to say, go around and let bigots know that you deserve rights. Okay, go have fun.
That's like saying Martin Luther King. It was his responsibility of Martin Luther King to go out and have now I'm having a lapse of words because this is so silly.
Martin Luther King wasn't doing it single-handedly. He was doing it as an organization. I'm saying that individuals shouldn't be going around and doing that.
You can't say these silly things because they're silly. They're obvious.
Oh my God.
This is misogyny. This is the problem right here. What Azzy's doing, this causes shooting against women, all right? This is his fault.
Can I respond to this?
Okay, sorry, who's that?
That's me. She was talking to me, so I just want to respond.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So I didn't say that it was our responsibility. I said it's one thing that could help. I never said that anybody has to go out of their way to do it. I just said it's one thing that could help, and we need to find more.
But I disagree.
Like that. So you think that it's our responsibility to do that?
Like I within your means, right? If someone doesn't have the emotional means to do it, it's not up to them. But for example, someone who does have the emotional means, so me as a Asian American trans person, right? I've seen the data. It works. Having a trans person there talking to a transphobe makes it more likely for them to be less transphobic. If I want to like make my life better and I have the mental capacity to, as in like I'm not like vulnerable, and if you are vulnerable you shouldn't do it because you're putting yourself at risk. But when you are not vulnerable, right, you should put in some labor because you have an obligation to do morally good things, right? And if you can like give up some of your time to have like one conversation with someone, this is like because if people start emulating your behavior, you can create organizations. Because to make an organization, you need people who want to do the same thing as you, right? All starts with 5 people, right? And then you make a big org. This is how almost all civil rights and like social justice organizations starts. People with
Oh,
common
you sounding
interests
real
who want to work
religious
towards
there.
convincing people to like believe in certain things. And for example, you wouldn't obviously I wouldn't tell some black grandmother who is like who has PTSD and has psychosis to put in the emotional labor to fight against fight against racism. But if you go up to
What?
if you find a white like mentally healthy like gay like cis person who is like has the emotional capacity and like the strength to do work and they're choosing not to do work, then we should like tell those people to actually put in the work. If you are young and you are black and you are mentally well, you should advocate for yourself just as all marginalized people do, because if you don't, who is going to?
I don't necessarily agree with that either.
Wait, what?
I didn't say I agree with people like if they want to should. I just don't say I don't think people should. I don't know why this is so fucking funny. Like why is that like such a crazy take to say that if you are well, that doesn't mean if you want to, you should. Most people
What
I'm
you've been
hoping would
advocating
want
for
to.
the entire time, though.
Hey,
I thought you
shut the
and
hell up
Charlotte
for
were
like
about passing
shut
laws and not
shut
about
the hell up
responsibility.
for
Like,
half a
No,
like,
second.
Kat,
you can do both. You can do both. What do you mean?
What
So
exactly?
I'm speaking from direct experience as someone that has been advocating as the only black woman in my department for the last 5 years. I am so fucking tired of having to explain to people why we need to get more black physicists to come and give talks, why we need a scholarship for black people, having to explain that maybe we should have more than white people as professors. It is tiring, and sure, I go ahead and check off all the boxes as someone that has the means to do it. But I'm the only one doing it. Other people are a lot more mentally capable, at least in terms of time and like mental health than I am. Though, like when I first started it, I was probably of the utmost mental capacity to do it. But doing it single-handedly has gotten me super tired. And sure, perhaps like what you're saying is that I shouldn't have to do it single-handedly. But as I have been, I wouldn't say that everyone, hey, if you have the resources, both in terms of time and if you're marginalized, go ahead and like, this is now your job to go ahead and be the voice of the blacks in your area. Because as someone that is the voice of the blacks and the queers and the women and all that for my department, I am so tired, and I would not wish that upon anybody to go around and having to advocate for themselves all the time, even if they do have the mental capacity. Because I guarantee you, by the time you're done, you will not have the mental capacity to
But the
continue.
thing is,
Wait. Can
you
I
don't have it
can I
anymore.
talk, please?
And that's okay. You don't have an obligation anymore because you don't have the capacity to anymore, and you shouldn't have an obligation.
James go? Can
So,
James
hold
go?
on. Before that, Sevatar, are you sure you don't want to take your turn?
No, I'm taking. I think I'm gonna take my turn and like side with Red Charlotte here. So if you're, as she brought up, if you're tired, then you're no longer of like capacity and stuff like that, and so that's fine. If you don't want to continue having these discussions, stuff like that, that's you've done your work. You put your job. You've achieved your moral obligation.
So is my
But
moral
if something-
obligation to
wait,
become
wait.
mentally unwell until I no longer
your
have
moral
it?
obligation is to.
Let's
your
have
mo-
Chuck
okay,
finish
so
this.
we have the idea that equality and promoting equality and changing people's minds is a thing that is good and that we ought do. The less Nazis around, the better. The less transphobes and homophobes and bigoted people around, generally speaking, that is better for society. If you hold this view, then you ought do X or Y. But if you don't do X or Y, and you say, well, if you don't feel like it or you're not up to it or whatever, if you don't feel like it, then you don't need to do it. That's an issue. If you aren't capable of doing it, but you don't do it, that's not an issue. Do you understand what Red Charlotte is saying?
So what I was basically saying, since you like took what I said and just totally misinterpreted it, was I was just simply saying if you can basically take 5 minutes out of your day and talk to that person and you're feeling up to it, then do it. It's that simple. If you're not feeling up to it, you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Nobody's saying that you're like responsible for doing it. All I was simply saying was it seems to be an effective way to like make things better. That's it.
Especially if you're trying to change culture, or matter of fact, build a relationship in general. Relationships in general are taxing. Between a mother and a child, right? A mother is going to cry about taking care of a crying baby. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, this is so hard. I wish I didn't. Who else is going to take care of your child but you? No one else is going to take care of your child. Yes, we have it takes a village to raise a child, but at the end of the day, this is your problem you got to deal with. And it's not up to the baby to stop crying, because the baby is not, no. That's why I keep saying I'm trying to stay calm. The oppressor has no incentive to stop oppressing. It's against his prerogative to stop oppressing. It's against his incentive to stop oppressing. It makes no sense. You should read the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire.
You're speaking to someone in the wrong major for reading books.
You're an engineer. You read all books.
I didn't say I was an engineer.
Textbooks. Engineers have textbooks.
I'm not an engineer.
Being late. So now the real conversation. This isn't a conversation about responsibility. This is about laziness. Pick up a book and read. Go talk to the
Tayo.
More misogyny. More misogyny.
I hate to say it, because we're boo-hoo. I'm
telling
crying.
a woman what to do.
I'm
Wow.
sorry. No. I'm not talking about women. I would say the same thing to a man. You being lazy. Get up and advocate for yourself, like everybody all black people have been doing for themselves for years.
And I just told you I have been advocating for every black person in my entire department for the last 5 years, and it's pretty fucking shit. I don't know how much advocating you do for black people on a day-to-day, but I can say that I definitively do more than my part as a black person. And I can tell you, it's pretty fucking tiring. 10 out of 10 would not recommend being black in my next life.
Let's let it start us. Who hasn't had a chance to get in here a while? And Tayo and Sevatar, please let me know if you guys want to get in, because I want to make sure you're included. But
Okay.
Sevatar,
thank you.
Tayo.
Before I make my point,
I'm good, bro. I'm just listening. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, start
I'm
us.
sorry. Before I make my point, I just want to clarify: are we now on the topic of advocacy?
I guess.
No, we're on
And
the
like
topic of
methods
what
of advocacy?
It can go wherever you want. It's a debate panel on Twitch.
I'll
We
get
can talk
into
about porn if you want.
Look, I agree with what people were saying earlier. Like, if you can, what Red Charlotte was saying, like, if you have the energy in you to talk to a bunch of neo-Nazis, then go ahead and do that. But if you are mentally exhausted, or even if you're mentally ill or not mentally well, or you're not even unwell, you're just tired, you're just fucking tired, then by all means, you have every right within you to take a break, right? But I do agree that reaching to these people who would typically hold really bigoted views about you, reaching out to them actually does do a lot, because the few times that I have argued with like neo-Nazis online, at the end of the argument, they always try to find a way to justify as me being part of their in-group, which is like, are you serious, really? Like, are you right now, are you looking at me? Like, do you see me? You know, they try to like find some way to like to rational, and I think that is like the first step, right? They're trying to rationalize bringing you into their in-group, and it's kind of a way of them being like, well, I guess maybe you're different or something, until they realize that you're not different, that their beliefs are like flawed, I guess. So it's interesting the amount of times that I've had people try to tell me somehow that my lineage is not what I think it is or whatever. But yeah, that's all I have to say about it.
Go ahead,
yeah.
please.
So if you're tired and you feel like you're just exhausted from doing it, you probably shouldn't do it anyways, because like that comes off when you're trying to convey a message to somebody else. You should just like, maybe if you're not feeling up to it, just don't do it.
Well, no one else is doing it. All the other black guys in the department seem completely fine with having no black professors.
So let's go to Red Charlotte.
So
And
the
then
thing
I'm not
is,
talking about you. Are you my school?
I think everyone here is in agreement that people shouldn't have to do it. They shouldn't have to do it, right? It's exhausting. It's taxing. It fucking hurts, right? To like constantly hear in your fucking ear that you are a degenerate, that you are slur, 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 right? That you don't deserve rights, right? But the thing is, if if everyone here thinks that people have an obligation to do things that are morally good and should push for things that are morally good, if no one will fight for you, who then, if not you? Even if it is draining and it is taxing or whatever. Like my mom runs like an AAPI like nonprofit, right? She doesn't get any fucking money from it. Zero, right? It's like charity work, right? But like if Asian people weren't advocating for themselves, who the fuck is going to do it? And so nothing will change, right? No one will give a fuck about Hmong, Viet, Cambodian people, right? You know, us like James, I assume you're Chinese, right? Or Canto or something. Us Chinese
Just say he's
people,
Asian.
right?
I'm
Not
also
all Asians.
Chinese.
Not all Asians are the same. All right. So
I'm also Chinese, so.
oh, Korean. Okay, no, you're in the same boat though, socioeconomically.
Oh,
So Japanese, Chinese, and
cancel.
Chinese, and Korean people in the United States have a special place among Asians that we don't experience the same kind of like social and economic burden that Viet people do, that Cambodian people do, that Filipino people do, where we have median incomes on like not average, median incomes higher than fucking whiteys, right? Because we come here as immigrants with high like amounts of money, there to go to
Professional
college and
training.
make money, right? Exactly. Hmong, Viet, Cambodian, like Southeast Asians come like poor refugees, right? From countries we bomb the fuck out of, right? They have no money. They live in fucking closets in the Bronx, right? And in the Queens, right? Who is going to advocate for those people except for Asian people,
Flushing,
right? No one gives a fuck
Forest
about them except other Asian people. So like if we don't help like Asian people and advocate for Asian people, who the fuck else will, right?
Okay.
Allies?
How do you create allies? How do you create allies?
Oh, how do you create allies?
Sam, go ahead, give it a try.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry. Sam, then Britler, because Sam hasn't said anything while. Then Britler.
yeah,
Okay?
I mean, this is like something that I've echoed in real life. I mean, I grew up again arguing with a lot of people who were like Holocaust deniers, and I had to like justify a lot of the stuff. They were very anti-Semitic, and this is something that I've dealt with. You have to deal with these people sometimes, even when you don't want to, and it sucks. And like again, you don't have to do it. And there are a lot of people in my community, or the small community that I have of Jewish people in my high school, that didn't interact with these people. They just didn't. But like sometimes you just can't avoid them. You have to just like talk to them, and it sucks. And like I was advocating for the Jewish community in my school, whether or not they wanted me to, because no one else was going to. No one else was stepping up to talk to these people about how being anti-Semitic is wrong, about how calling people, dirty K word is like not a good thing to do. And like I was the one who had to do it. The Jewish person had to come up and speak up about it. Allies aren't coming forward sometimes, even if they want to say that they're allies.
Bert Lawyer, and then Bert Lawyer, he's been waiting, and then we'll go to Stardust.
Yeah, I'll say that it is important to get allies, but a lot of times allies like people like me, I'm just gonna say it. I'm a white male. I know it's really bad, but
don't admit that on stream, dude. Don't admit that on stream. Come on, like honestly.
Okay.
TOS. Go ahead.
No, but a lot of times
that's the
people
problem.
like me will not like go after or support minorities because it will make us look bad, or some like weird calculus in the head will make it seem like I'm really hurting myself or something else like that. And a lot of times you won't have allies come forward. So it does suck that you guys do have to do that every single day, where you have to come out and you have to advocate for yourself. You shouldn't have to do that. But I think it's something important that you need to do. And I will be here every single day, like supporting you guys and being there for you guys. But it's you can't count on every single white person to do that.
Well,
I mean, it's not really in your class interest to help anybody. So, I mean, that makes sense why most white people
Well, this
aren't
is
helping.
why we go there and try to touch base with the other side so that we can create allies to make our make our point stronger, because now we have people who are intrinsically battling against themselves and their best interests to help the oppressed, which makes the force even stronger. This is
You
why
can't, but
I'm
you
sorry,
can't
what are you
count on
referring
that
to?
is the only problem. You can't. So like, if you're trying to like drum up like a lot of support for Black Lives Matter or whatever, right? That you can count on white people to come out. There are some good-natured white people that will come out and help you, but you need to go to Black people and you need to say, this is what's happening. We need to go out and support the people that are dying from police violence. You cannot 100% like wait for white people to just jump on your bandwagon.
of course, which is why. Well, then you know what? I'm going to say, hey, it is our job to advocate for ourselves. Not maybe not on the individual level. Of course, if you get tired, and then there is the point of if you get tired, it's probably not for you, because everybody can't be an activist. Everybody's not an activist. Some people have to be at the back, helping pay. Like the civil rights movement did so well. We had the Black entrepreneurs, the Black wealthy, the white wealthy. They were paying for all of that. Somebody was paying for those buses. Somebody was paying for that transportation. There was a heavy coalition between all different types of people. This is why it succeeded. Like, Black people have been advocating for ourselves since day one. Hence, and you know what's funny? You know who proposed the George Floyd Act? A past chair member of the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, which we just have to, I know how Prime feels about the CBC, but hey, at least they're doing work, and they're old Black people who've been doing it since John Lewis literally advocated for himself and other people until the day he died from a young age. Like, it's not about, and then, yeah, so it's about job, and then again, no, it's about having a charitable heart, having, some type of inclination to advocate for yourself. It's a heart condition. It's not about a job. Yeah, you're gonna get tired, but you take rest and you get back in the fight. I just don't understand this. And then we get sidetracked with all these little other things, because I understand we're gamers and we're kind of lazy in some things, and the way we think about things. We think about things different. But come on, guys, we have to focus our efforts into like changing culture, because culture controls
so let's go
legislation.
to.
I know I just rambled on, but culture controls legislation.
Let's go to Stardust.
I gotta head out.
Okay.
Sorry I didn't
Oh, okay.
talk too much, but I gotta head out. Have a great night, everybody.
Have a good one.
Yeah,
Thanks
have
for
a good
being here,
one.
Servitor.
Really dominated the conversation there.
I know.
Servitor.
I'll do it
try.
next time. Bring up religion next time.
Oh yeah. All right.
We can do it right now, bro.
Yeah, piggybacking off of what people were saying, like a self-advocacy and advocating for people who are like kind of adjacent, right? Like for a while I was going on to these like UK panels where there are a lot of like far right people on, right? And like there's apparently like a lot of like it's so strange, because there's like in general, like the UK streams tend to be very, very like conservative, but then there's like a far right group, and then there's like the not far right group, but still very, very conservative. And it's like it was weird, because I would be there as like somebody who's an atheist, like an ex-Muslim, right? And then advocating for like for these people to not be Islamophobic, and then all the actual people who are practicing Islam don't like me, and all the people on the far right didn't like me either. It was a weird dynamic, but like the communication method even is sometimes inefficient between these groups, right? So like even being like adjacent or being an ally, maybe you have a different communication method that is a little bit more effective than the people who are communicating or trying to communicate, right? So it's interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think the reason that they didn't like you is because both of them didn't view you as part of their quote unquote pack. Like
yeah,
yeah. So
of
like
course.
you weren't part of the whatever the Islamic
Their
group.
in group, yeah.
Yeah, and you weren't part of the very right group. So
yeah, that's okay though. I mean, like it's still culturally I'm part of like the Islamic group, right? But like yeah, obviously like they don't view it that way. So
So like I posted some stuff in chat, right? Because I wanted to go back because we brought up the civil rights movement, right? And then we're talking about like allyship, who needs to advocate for what, and if they need to advocate for themselves or they have a moral obligation to, right? Like, most people really underestimate sometimes how racist people during the civil rights movement and before were. Like the March on Washington, 60% of white people disapproved of it. Like if black people weren't the ones marching, there would have been no civil rights movement. Like white people weren't gonna fucking march for black rights. There weren't there in hypotheticals, right? There weren't enough Asian. There were basically no Asians in the United States at the time. There were no like South Asians. There were no Middle Eastern people. There were no like these other minority groups. Hispanic groups were also very small back then. Like no one is going to march for like a group and start a movement except for the group itself because people aren't just going to spontaneously stop being like they're not going to spontaneously stop hating you. So like I do think there's on some level a moral obligation for marginalized people to advocate for themselves because it's not just about the individual, it's about the group as a whole. You have like people have an obligation to help people.
So when I was talking about people shouldn't have an obligation to advocate for themselves, I was speaking about more on the individual level, just because of how like morally taxing it can be. But obviously, like I'm not going to sit there and expect for like all my fellow cishets to go ahead and do all the LGBTQ advocacy for me because that's like unrealistic. But like I think more on an individual basis, it just shouldn't be. There shouldn't be as much pressure for people to consistently have to prove their like worth in space, just because, yeah, as I said, it can be quite morally taxing after a prolonged amount of period. As I said, I am pretty fucking tired of it myself, and I've only been doing it for 5 years.
Wait.
Yes.
So specifically, what are you talking about? Specifically,
what?
Is this like a hiring thing? Is this as a culture thing at your workplace? What's happening?
At my school? Well, I'm the only black person with a vagina that's ever been in the department, and my school has been doing a school for 40 years. So that's
so you could contact EEOC.
What is that? And what country do you think I'm in?
I forgot. Canada doesn't have racial.
Okay.
I don't.
There you
system,
go.
So
Canada doesn't give a fuck about black people. They don't give two shits about black people. We care about indigenous people because we remember us putting them into $1.99 concentration camps and trying to teach them about how to be being white. But Canada forgot that slavery did a thing, so Canada does not give a fuck about black people.
So then, why am I listening to Canada about gun laws if you guys are having a hard time with?
Oh, those are exactly the same thing.
I know.
So yeah, you're right.
They're not. But you guys need to fix your own problem. Talk about ours, like you know what I'm saying? Like
until you have utopia.
Are you gatekeeping? Are you gatekeeping political issues? What the fuck?
Yes.
Oh wow! As he's got the bad things
you no longer have rights.
I play Magic. I don't play Hearthstone. I'm sorry. I'm an elitist. All right, guys. But
yes, until your country is a utopia in all senses of the word, shut up and go back to the
Jordan
kitchen.
Peterson level logic right there.
I welcome you to our
men. Clean your room.
And I think Katarana is great. And I think a lot of these issues are related to each other. So no matter what your location is. So
listen. I love women. Most of my friends are women.
Wow! That argument now. I love women. I have a woman
I have more women friends. I don't hate women.
I did a sex for something with a vagina once, so I love women.
Space of women for
I am sexually attracted to women, so I can't be a misogynist.
They group up in packs as soon as they see women.
I came out of a woman's uterine lining, so I can't be a misogynist. You're right.
Let me ask you a question, Azzy. Do you clutch your wallet when you pass by a woman on the street?
Old white people, I do that now. just after they raided the Capitol, I heard somebody else say I my door and whenever an elderly white woman passes by. Just
Yeah, but
they
what
know
if I
how
was
it
wearing a
feels.
Biden hat? Would you do the same thing if I was
You
wearing a
can't
Biden
trust
hat?
white people now, and the whole world now knows too. You can't trust white people out in these streets. Unfortunately, y'all still worshiping. Y'all got shamans out in these streets.
I'm
out
not
here.
racist.
Y'all still
Listen.
holding. I know. I'm not talking.
Easy. I would have voted
No, he's
for
talking
Obama
about the
for a
bad
third
white
time if I
people. You
could
know
have,
what I'm
okay?
talking about, right? The bad white people.
Yeah, we're talking about the bad white people. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Azzy is like the least woke person tonight. Just the
Whoa,
least
you
woke
fake-
person here.
You fake woke people, bro. Listen, come
Dude,
on.
how many
man. Game no
scholarship
game.
funds do
Game
you
no
have?
game.
Let's talk about it.
Let's go to Feline Father, who just came back with his cool ass room. What's up?
Oh no. It's just it's a little thing I put together. Yeah. So like I popped in here, right? Y'all talk about advocacy, right? And like you're kind of like hitting on the top of like allies, right? Like that'd be like that's like my wheelhouse, right? Blonde hair, blue eye, white dude, right? And like for me, right? It like I like a big thing with me is like advocacy and like doing like things with my community, right? Like I volunteer at my local LGBTQ community center. I was in my student government, worked with, homeless youth, like a whole bunch of stuff, right? I advocated for like, some like legislation through Nevada to like try and like get like sexual assault, like coaches and like people who are like helping them through the process, right? Give them like protections from like having to like, give like information up. There's like a Title 10 like request for information, right? And for me, it was really exhausting because like a lot of the people around me, a lot of my friends, like didn't really give a shit about this kinds of stuff, right? Because it didn't directly affect them. And it was exhausting for me to like try and like get them to give a shit, right? And it was like really hard. And like for me, like it was a matter of like I had to just like stop talking to them. Like I was like, you know what? Like if you're not gonna be my friend, like and like these are not things you give a shit about, like I'm not gonna give my energy to like try and like make you give a shit, right? And I don't want to be around you on these things, right? And like for me, like it was especially like within people like in my ethnic group, like white dudes and like white chicks, like that's the kind of like mentality, in my opinion, that we need to start adopting, right? It's like if like people around us, like our friends and like whoever we're associating with, like aren't giving a shit about these things, then you know what, like move on. Like you don't need to associate with them because like it's quite clear that like your values don't align with theirs, right? And like
I mean, are you advocating for having an echo chamber within your social circle? Because that's kind of what
no,
that
I'm
sounds like.
advocating for like not like giving your energy to like friends, like it's especially like with like white people, right? I'm advocating for us to not give us our energy to like our friends and like people around us who don't give a shit about other people, right? Because it's like you kind of like feed into that kind of like culture of like if you're like just accepting of like them not giving a shit about other people, then when nothing's gonna
almost
change in
selfishness.
like my ethnic group.
Sam, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, imagine this as somebody part of the minority group, and you're trying to get people to advocate for you or help you advocate. If you as an ally are having trouble and you're feeling tired because people around you, other white people around you, or other people that aren't able to do it as a minority group member, you imagine that. Like, it's awful. It's like.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the answer either. Is to just like not talk to people.
Oh, I mean, I agree. Yeah, it's not. We should still talk.
I definitely don't think that's the answer.
I mean, personally, my modus operandi is if I have people that say that they care about my social issues, but they don't actually do anything within them, I just stop talking to them because you're wasting my time. But yeah, I do.
I purposely hang around people who disagree with me because we.
No, I'm saying if I have people that say that they are passionate about the issues that I say I'm passionate about, and then I go ahead and invite them to say, okay, are you passionate about it? Let's go ahead and do something about it. And they never actually make any steps forward. And like, I have no interest in hanging out with the armchair activist in my free time. Either you say you're not hardcore or you are hardcore. I have no interest in just being hanging out with people that like to put on Twitter, put their picture as like a black square for a week, and they're like, "Oh, I care about issues. I care a lot."
But as my friend Cat Daddy, Feline Father.
Hey, you can point per papa if you want.
With the calico cat, he's the true man. With the calico, I appreciate that. He was saying he's basically not hanging out with selfish people because selfish people generally don't add anything to you or to anyone else. Like
it's just draining.
And they only care about themselves. It's not about what they look like. It's about their values.
Have you ever
Right.
heard that thing where it's like the people that don't ask for your help are the people that need your help the most?
Yeah.
Well, and
That's
that's the
kind
thing,
of
right? It's
what's
like
going on here. Is basically just because like you don't just give up on people because they don't take your point of view. Like those are the people that you kind of need to like talk to
that's what I'm
more
saying.
than.
So I am in full support of like surrounding yourself with people who challenge your ideas, right? Like I anti like echo chamber, right? What I'm advocating for is not surrounding yourself with people who just don't give a shit, right? Because like generally speaking, like if you're like if someone like you're friends with someone who like disagrees with you, but like they actually have the emotional fortitude or like they actually give a shit to actually disagree with you on something, right? As opposed to being just very passive on something, then there's actually friction there, right? And there's actually like conversations that can happen, right? As opposed to like for me, I grew up here in Las Vegas, right? In a little in Henderson, right? It's like an upper middle class area. A lot of my friends growing up were just white people who just didn't give a shit about stuff because nothing affected them, right? And it was very just like emotionally draining because I'd be like, well, what about this? Like, what about that? And like, oh, well, I don't care, and just like it was very draining to try and get them to give a shit. And I'm not advocating like don't surround yourself with people who don't agree with you. I'm advocating to like not surround yourself with people who just are passive about everything, because then it's just a waste of your time.
Let's go, Red Charlotte.
Yeah, so I mostly agree with your thing about like, oh, we don't want to create echo chambers, right? We don't want to like only surround ourselves with people that we like or agree with. But the thing is like I think there is like a limit because the goal is political like efficacy and change, right? I don't think we're going to achieve that by going after the farthest fringes of people who are already a hyper minority. I think it's fine to surround yourselves that are with people who are more moderate and closer to you that still disagree with you, but are disagreement enough that they're going to vote in the opposite direction of what you're looking for. So like for example, like the moderate Republican dad who like lives in the suburbs who has like a dislike of BLM because he watches Fox News and OAN, right? This is a person I think is it's more fruitful and productive to go after than like Nick Fuentes. For someone like Nick Fuentes, we're not going to change Nick Fuentes' mind. The only thing we can do to Nick Fuentes is destroy him and erase him from the internet.
Oh no,
Let's
that's
go to,
so aggressive.
Let's go to mine. Sorry. Let's go to Kobe.
For sure. There is a study that I think about a lot. I'll link a overview here in chat for it. Called the I always called the Birmingham Girls Study. It's not. It's called the Bennington Girls Study. What they found? Oh, goddamn, hold on, I didn't send. What they found?
chat.
I'm sending it in Twitch chat.
Twitch.
Yeah, it should go through. Sorry, my internet's being really shitty right now. Anyways, what they found was that they studied a group of women that went from a conservative town to a liberal college, and what they found was that as their social space changed more to the liberal college, they got more friends, etc., and they spent more time away from home. Their views changed more and more to become liberal, and that this effect stayed past college. That 25 years later, when they went back and talked to these women, that the liberal views that they had adopted had become quite firm. And this seems to be backed up by other studies. It seems to be that, as much as we would all like to think, especially myself, that I'm a logic lord, I look at all the facts and I simply come to the conclusion, it does really seem to be that a vast majority of the time we have opinions, we think things are good or bad because we have a social group that tells us those things are good or bad, right? And so I think that I'm a little skeptical of this idea that I'm sympathetic but skeptical of the idea that a feline father is putting forward. While it's true that there are many people like the Nick Fuentes of the world that I don't think need to be spent, somebody out there maybe will one time try to save Nick Fuentes, but it's not me, and I don't think it's anybody else in this room, right? But the truth of the matter is, there's a lot of people like those Bennington girls that come from conservative spaces, and like you're talking about, feline, in which most of the people around them are just not going to care, not just about race issues, but about gender issues, right? If you live in a conservative small town, you probably don't know many gay people, probably knows no trans people, and it's probably all just online. So it's unfair to say, but the truth of it is, a lot of people are going to have a lot harder fight than other people, right? It's a lot easier to organize a Black Lives Matter rally in my town because my town is like 40% Hispanic. We have a relatively big Black community. We're a pretty progressive community in general. Versus in a very very we all saw those those videos of of people that were trying to do like one person Black Lives Matter protests in Idaho being like harassed by the entire town. Like, you know, it's an uphill battle, but it needs to be fought. I'm unsympathetic to this, or sorry, I'm skeptical of this idea that these people, you know, that you need to kind of try to find people that are already going to be sympathetic or moderate to these views, because I think a lot of people don't. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't care. That's all.
I don't think he said that. I thought he said the exact opposite of that. Don't be
Right. Okay.
alarmed.
Let me try and like contextualize a little bit more, right? So like something a little bit more home for me,
Kobe.
right? STEM, right? Being a white male in STEM, right? Specifically microbiology, you know, it's oversaturated with dudes, right? And generally speaking, you know, if you just kind of go with it, right, and go with like the flow of like, you know, dudes being in STEM, whatever, right? It's going to continue that way, right? But instead, like, of like trying to like talk to my friends who also dudes who are in STEM, they're always like, well, I don't really care. Like, I'm just trying to focus on STEM. I instead ditched them and I engrossed myself in my local Scientista chapter, right? Which advocates for women in STEM, right? And I was able to do a lot more with that because they actually gave a shit about it, right? And some of my friends that saw me like ditch them, saying like, hey, like if y'all don't give a fuck about the shit, then fuck off, like I'm done, right? And they obviously saw that was something that was important to me, and they're like, okay, well maybe if I care about my friendship, I'm actually going to engross in like what he's trying to do now. You know what I mean? As opposed to just kind of like going along with it, you know?
I suppose what I would feel is that like you are already in a community that had I didn't hear what the name of the acronym was, but there already is a progressive, there's already this progressive like group trying to argue for this thing. I'm thinking of the communities when there isn't that group at all, and a person has the choice of kind of deal with people that have regressive views or don't have it all. So maybe we're talking past each other a little bit.
Yeah, I think we are a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm correct.
Go ahead, Katarana.
It is 3 a.m. So I'm gonna go do something else. So I'm gonna say bye-bye. I think I won. Even if everyone says I lose, I'm gonna tell myself and my narcissistic personality disorder that I won. If Destiny comes, let me know, and I'll be back for the
Oh no,
Right hook
no,
and
sorry,
everything.
no,
yeah,
no,
we forgot to say his name.
Oh wait, yeah. Let me just to summon
Yeah,
because I see he's still online. So Destiny. Okay, cool. So have a good
Invoking
day.
him like he's some evil
That's
spirit.
a girl's name.
He is an evil spirit.
Listen, see you, buddy.
little demon
Yes, like-
manlets like him. Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to piggyback off of this, the Cambridge thing. This is like really old stuff, but it is relevant, and I think it has less to do with like integration, because like that stuff on that is like mixed and hard to find. But like the biggest reason why going to college makes you less racist has nothing to do with staff. It has nothing to do with like a bunch of things. It's mostly like from what I've seen, education. When you are exposed to new ideas and you are like these are drilled into you as fact, you are more likely to be like less racist. And I can link some like a meta-analysis in chat. And well, I already linked something in chat. It's like education is the thing that made people go from conservative to liberal, and not like some conservative would say like Marxist indoctrination from teachers or whatever.
I'm sorry, what? So, can you say that last part again? That sounded
Oh,
funny.
like some Republicans will say kids become more liberal in college because their teachers are evil Marxists who are brainwashing them. But it's because education makes you less stupid.
No, dude. Okay, so Red Charlotte. Yeah, you called it. Like I was going to bring this point up before, but you said it better than I could have. Yeah, this is exactly it. You see this all the time within conservative media, right? Like talking about like the evil liberal colleges, right? It's like don't send your kids there because they might learn something and then realize we're all full of shit. It's like really hilarious, and that's why they have to have their like enclaves, the conservative college enclaves, right? Where interracial dating is like not allowed. That's a big no-no. Like these things exist because they have to. Like there's no other way. Because once they're exposed to these other ideas, then yeah, their whole ideology falls apart. So whatever. But I totally feel you, right?
It's funny how you bring up interracial date. Have you guys ever seen the movie Loving, and you know of the court case Loving versus Virginia?
Yeah, I know about that
like
court case.
64.
Yeah.
Was basically, well, that's an example of culture changing legislation instead of just us first implementing law and then socially engineering. I still hate the fact that you said that's such a dirty thing to say, Brett Charlotte. Let's socially
No. I
engineer
never
American.
said that culture
You
doesn't
did say
affect
social engineering.
No. I did. But it's a two-way street, right? Culture can affect legislation, but also when you enact that legislation, it compounds that effect. Because so again, people pushing for racial justice. I'm sure white people watching black people get blasted by fucking water hoses and the shit being beaten out of them by cops and canine units certainly made some people go, hold up, maybe hating black people is wrong, right? But the passing of the Civil Rights Act, the passing of the Voting Rights Act, these things, when they cement them into law and they're therefore cemented into culture, that it is wrong, both illegal and morally, to discriminate against black people, these attitudes become way more widespread because it literally becomes illegal in some contexts or
You
whatever,
have to get to that point.
plural of
No.
contexts.
Well, I
to
can
be
combat that
racist.
right now. I can combat that idea right now. It's like it's in law, therefore we should do.
No,
When that's what it sounds like you're saying. It's in law, therefore we do.
No, that's
we
not
see.
what
It's
she's
in law,
saying.
therefore people are more likely to assign a certain
Okay,
weight.
When you're
but
living,
there
so
has to be-
people are products of environment, right? When it becomes literally illegal to be racist in some certain contexts, right? It is more likely to make people have less racist attitudes, particularly in discrimination for jobs, employment, employment, housing, education, healthcare, these really big tent stuff. But then the problem becomes, instead of it being ultra systemic, right, which there is still systemic racism that needs to be dealt with, but comparing it to 1950, right, a lot of it has been dealt with, but still there's still more to be done. But then a lot of it becomes
Yeah,
the
but that becomes a
interpersonal stuff.
never-ending cycle. It becomes
No,
a
it
never-ending
doesn't.
cycle. Yeah, well, I can explain that because in New York, they generally had to outlaw people from discriminating against you because of the texture or the length of your hair. They made it illegal for. So, okay, so we do have laws that protected minority groups. We had job legislation. You couldn't, and then they grouped it in with race and sex and gender, and they grouped it all together to protect groups. We did have legislation to do that, but social engineering doesn't work that way around racism. Literally does not make sense.
So before we go down that road,
I just want to. So let me just finish before we divert it.
Yeah, hold on. Before we go this
Racism
far,
is something that's not impacted. So yeah, I just want to finish. Racism is not impacted by law because every time we implement a law, people find new ways or more ways of being racist.
Okay,
so it's better that you change the. Well, it's trying to put dirt over the problem instead of actually taking care of the problem.
No,
that's what the laws do.
It takes an axe to the problem. It makes the
No, it
problem
doesn't.
smaller.
Laws are very timely. They're not persecution. Laws change all the time. The Constitution is made to be amended. It's not made to be permanent. Laws aren't permanent.
When's the last time the Constitution has been amended?
I don't think murder is going to become legal anytime soon.
Well, the guy still went out and murdered Asian people in the. It was illegal to go out and murder
give it a
people
try.
in the ballers,
Kobe,
but
give
he
it a
still
try.
did it.
Yeah, okay. So,
We're like as laws are the end all be all.
Kobe, give it a try.
Azzy, we can see that your hypothesis that racism is a social ill that is not affected by law, at least in America, doesn't seem to be the case. Because I'm going to go on a limb here. I'm going to roll my D&D dice. There's probably less all diners in America now than there were in the year 1940 because we've outlawed them and we made it illegal for you to have an all-white diner. In the same way that I would argue, and I think that there is evidence, I don't have it on top of my head, that the integration in schools has made it so there are many communities that are less racially segregated in the year 2020 than in the year in the year 1960. I know there are problems with that.
No, because it's the reason being culture affected legislation.
These things are inextricably linked. They're inextricably linked. We can't unlink them.
When you change the environment, you change attitudes. Just because you don't change everyone's attitudes doesn't mean by and large you are cutting away at the problem slowly or chipping away at it. When it becomes illegal to be racist in terms of business operation, then people are conditioned in their environment growing up that this is not good behavior. Therefore, you have gone from all of these different racial problems to hiring discrimination. While this is still a problem, it's less so than it was in the 1950s. There is less racial discrimination than before because of the law. And I don't know if you want to look at like a racial attitudes over time on certain issues. People are certainly less racist now than they were in the 1950s, and to argue
Right.
so is like completely ridiculous. Also, real quick,
But it's
PDX
not
commuter in
'cause of
chat, you're an idiot if you think that environment has no effect on someone's outcomes. You're just like, open a 5th grade textbook, you fucking moron.
That
Like,
guy's an
So-
idiot. Just
Okay,
fucking
so
ignore
wait,
that.
wait.
Ignore that
Yeah,
guy.
PDX is an idiot. Don't even pay attention to them.
So,
somebody says in the chat.
So it's funny. It's
So
funny you
to-
brought up environment, right?
So to
Because
Charlotte, there's
even environmental policy in regards to like businesses, right? Like they had to start to make things like illegal to like dump things in the ocean, or like make it illegal to like pollute the environment to push right companies into a more green like direction, right? And because of that, people started to become more green conscious, right? Guarantee you, had we not passed like those kinds of legislations, right? Those kinds of like things to make like dumping illegal, then like the companies wouldn't have ever gone in that direction, right? And like we would not have become more green conscious than we are today.
Well, so somebody in chat made a accurate point that nowadays people have to find new loopholes to racially discriminate. But that would be like my argument, and the argument, or not my argument, the argument that's being made here, the argument that Charlotte just made, the idea that we're chipping at it, right? Nowadays, employers have to, for example, pass these ridiculous racist laws about what kind of dress you can have at work, instead of just saying no black people. They do have to go out of their way in more ways to try to do this, and it's harder for them to discriminate.
But laws don't teach people that these things, that racism doesn't make sense.
It's just people
Like,
think,
so,
right?
True,
like,
but it helps
I understand.
socially discourage it.
Okay, so I can understand where you're coming from, AZ, but Charlotte does have a point. But to against Charlotte, there is a certain tipping point that you have to get to, especially in America, where we have the things like a very unrepresentative Senate and like the filibuster. There's a certain tipping point that you have to get to before these laws can even be enacted, before these like things can even be socially accepted to the point where they are laws.
That's true, but as I think it was where Charlotte, maybe Stardust, that pointed out, a very small percentage of people, not a very small, but a comparatively small percentage of people supported the civil rights movement, and they were able to get it into law. You need to have many times a motivated coalition to push something into law that then gets drafted into larger social acceptance, right?
But that's not your point. That's my point. You're making my point for me.
That point is not mutually exclusive with art, with the point that laws can positively affect this. These are not mutually exclusive, right? We need to have that initiative. We need to have that radicalism, or we need to have that coalition. But once we pass these laws, it does aid to the point that we're making of making these things like.
It aids more social change, but it's social first, then law, and then it aids in more social change.
So
that's what I literally said. I literally said that.
Before we even had the Constitution, a bunch of smart men had to gather around and think about all the values and protections that they wanted before you even had law. A culture came first, then law. That's how it works. This isn't
some be able to act on that culture.
But you're just repeating what I said. I had already said this.
Yeah,
I said it starts with advocacy, then it becomes law. But the law compounds the effect of your advocacy because it cements it into legislation. It makes it.
Yeah, but it's just the way you phrased it that I had a problem with.
Okay, hold on.
If you meant that,
is it the fact that I use the word social engineering? When I say social engineering, I literally say using legislation to change social behavior.
But it's the way you say it that makes it sound like something totally different. You know what I'm saying?
What did it sound like to
you? If you meant that, okay, I'll give it to you. You meant that.
You kind of go back to like the point of like.
But no, let's get.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Feline. Go ahead. Give it a try.
Okay, so I do kind of want to go back to the point of like when you're talking about in college, like the more educated people become, the more liberal they become. I think like when like people make these assertions, they look at it. They also kind of like gloss over the fact like the large amount of people in college when they're getting their like degree that are very apolitical, and like how many of those people just don't vote, right? You just don't actually care about the political system, right? Like we focus very heavily on like the people who like go from like conservative to like liberal, but like we almost never talk about the people who just go through college without even changing their political ideology.
All of these things can be empirically measured. I added you in chat in VC text. Like among 6,807 students in 47 four-year colleges, 27% moved to the left and 16% moved to the right between freshman and senior year. However, the faculty political orientation was insignificantly associated with this change. Students at non-religious schools moved more left than religious, women moved more left than men, and higher income students moved slightly less left. Like, education literally
I'm
makes
sure of, like,
people
the people
more
that they
liberal
didn't,
by
like,
and
I'm
large.
sure the people that they didn't survey didn't change anything, or like they didn't even
Yeah,
care
like
about
what
politics,
percentage of America actually attends college?
huh?
Getting bigger and bigger.
Oh
every
my
I'm gonna
god,
look
this
it
is
up.
oh my god.
No,
Do I
no,
have
no,
to
no,
sure
no,
we
no,
can
no,
make
no.
any
do I have to
progress on
explain
this.
what
I
an
have a question.
independent variable is?
I'm not.
Like, do I have to?
Wait,
Is a
I have
stats
a
class
question for
now?
Charlotte.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
sure.
Okay.
I will look it up, but one thing I'm wondering is how would this hypothesis explain the, I guess you could say, like, over predominance of certain very, very reactionary views at certain schools. So I'm thinking of, for the exact, I'm pretty sure one of the biggest law schools is like the Antonin Scalia Law School, which is like extremely right wing. Yale, super right wing. I mean, are these statistical anomalies? Am I looking at the wrong place? I'm not sure.
Yeah, these are outliers because this is
Okay.
like looking at a large sample of schools. Like, there are some schools that are going to have a tighter, especially because you brought up Yale. Yale is a private school, and I'm going to bet that law school you mentioned was a private school, right?
Yeah.
Like public education. I literally not to like divert the conversation, just as a little thing. I'm literally for abolishing and criminalizing private education.
Me too.
No,
Oh,
not
we
this
talked
again.
about that here, Red.
I've gotten
Not
a huge
this
trouble about
again.
that exact.
Let's get
Let's
into
vote
it.
Dr. K back. No,
Yeah,
don't
no,
let
I'm on your side, Red. You're among friends here.
Oh no, not
Also,
this
let me
again.
check in the study if Yale was literally in it. Here, let me one sec.
Well, the reason I bring
Listen,
up that okay, so go ahead. 'Cause I know
no,
I'm
I
gonna
was
say
just
my
gonna
thing.
do
Go
a
ahead.
meme. Go ahead. No.
Like we're talking about legislation. It has to actually touch your life in order to affect. Like it has okay. If you're not in a circumstance where the law actually affects you, the law has no power over you, and it does not have any social change over you. You understand what do you kind of get what I'm saying? Did I say that right? If you're not affected by the law, it's not going to change your perspective.
No, but
Well,
the thing is, even if you are not personally affected by the law, there
I'm
are
so
going to be
glad
people
that
who are
just
not
came to
you
me
who
now.
are going to be affected. But those people interact in your social spaces. Like, being surrounded by less racist people is more likely going to make you less racist because you are absorbing like anti-racist messaging, anti-racist attitudes, and anti-racist behaviors. It no longer becomes socially viable and socially acceptable to be racist in those spaces because even if you weren't affected by the law, everyone else was.
But those are only in progressive spaces. You didn't hear Feline Father talk about in his space where generally everybody was predominantly male and they had no be progressive or have progressive thought because they only thought about themselves, and he had to actually move himself to another space.
Let's give
with
Stardust
different
let's
thought?
give Stardust and Sam a try, please. Stardust.
Yeah. So I actually I find this interesting, but I'm actually super tired, so I'm gonna head out. But thank you for having me. I'll see you guys tomorrow, maybe if you guys
Yeah,
are
bye.
here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Have a good one.
Another one bites the dust.
Sam.
Take care, Stardust.
Yeah, I'm also about to head out,
Excuse
but I
me.
wanted to make one more statement.
Sure.
The idea again is that these mixed spaces where you're going to have both progressives and conservatives, you're still going to have less racist people, and that's going to make it so that you can't be as racist as you once were, right? This is the idea. Like, overall, when we have mixing of these ideas, they're going to make people less racist. But
you
yeah,
have to mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, something about Yale. I just looked it up.
I don't
Yale.
understand you guys, because first you're I don't understand. Are we
hear about Yale.
advocating for integration now? Like,
wait.
I don't. That wasn't your original.
I assure you,
integration
nobody
wasn't
here
your
is
original
against.
premise.
Nobody here is
I
against.
know you're not
integration,
against it,
so-
but it wasn't a part of your original premise. I'm not saying
Wait,
you're against it.
No, I brought up integration earlier because I
Not
said
you, Feline Father, because you clearly
I said
stated.
I said just
Red,
integration
please.
isn't going to solve the problem. like just integrating people and then doing nothing else isn't going to like get rid of racism, as seen with the Balkan states, right? You're not
But
just because you put everyone
okay,
together doesn't mean they're not going to start killing each other.
no,
Like
no, no,
also
no,
real
no,
quick,
no.
I need to say something real quick. Someone brought up Yale was being conservative. I just looked it up. Yale student body is 31% progressive, very liberal, 50% liberal, 7% moderate, 2% conservative, 2% very conservative. So
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's go to
Yale's an,
let's go. Let's try Beat Stars.
So hey, Azzy, what did you mean earlier by like if you're not affected by the law, like you can't
if
something
you
by
live
it?
in the if you live in the fringes of America where you don't have okay, yeah, if you live in the fringes of America, like the backwater parts of like the deep south or the Midwest, or in just any place where they just don't have internet, where they're basically akin to a third world country, and we have a lot of those places in pockets around America. Like we have literal ghost towns in America. Like there's literal places where we have progressive law, but it's not affecting their lives, which is why we have like law. This is why we have like lobby and people who advocate for us, who will put in legislation that advocates for us to do change, which is why I always constantly bring up the CBC, because they're constantly trying to advocate for us, black and brown minority people.
Wait,
So, but it's not,
like,
they're not writing legislation that's affecting people who don't have black or brown people in their community.
Hey,
So
quick question.
okay, so I come from
Let Beat Star get a chance. He just came in. But we'll go back to you, Feline, afterwards. But I won't let Beat Star get a chance. Go ahead.
So I mean, I grew up in country club Republican suburb of a South community, and like I've been there when my minority friends got arrested, and I had to call my parents type of shit. And it's like that doesn't affect me, but that affects
Prime, that's not funny.
like how I feel about the system type of thing, and that motivates my change. And then one other thing I learned this summer too was my voice shouldn't be heard from the front, of protests, it should be heard from the back. That's one thing I really try to preach as well to other people, like especially white people of privilege type of thing. Like, yo, like this shit doesn't affect you. We don't have to understand it, but we have to stand up for the right thing. So I don't know if I'm just a little bit tipsy, but I don't know if I'm like if I'm making any sense at all.
I think
No,
so.
I heard exactly what you said, but
You
they
freshed
said it
it
before already.
Oh yeah. Don't worry. All right, Feline Father. No, it's no problem. Feline Father. Go
So, I'm just curious, it's like what survey did you just quote for like the Yale thing?
here, let me re-Google it.
I'm sorry to like have all this discourse about Yale. I just brought it up.
I found only
I
Yale
literally
is
typed
heavily
in,
progressive.
I looked up is Yale conservative. The first is www.niche.com, Yale University Student Life.
Okay, so that survey only had 52 responses, so I don't even consider that a good sampling of Yale.
How many students does Yale
We
have?
do know that like more liberal people will answer surveys more, so you have to be careful about like some with low responses.
Okay, so there are 12,000 students at Yale. Fuck, there's a website that can literally tell you what sample is like 95% confidence.
It says that poll that you just quoted had 58 responses. So
No. That's what I'm saying. There's like a website to determine what sample size is necessary to get like a 95% like
yeah, I get it.
So Yale no, forget the study. Yale in its historical context has been progressive. For instance, Pauline Murray.
Because if you're going to quote a study and you use it as a percentage, to,
Okay,
like, back
let's not focus on
I'm
Yale.
so sorry for bringing up Yale.
Okay, we don't have to
think about.
But hold on. I'm not sure this proves that point. This is a hard tangent. Right? This is a hard tangent. And anyway, I'm not even sure we're making progress on the original point. Like I don't know how many angles we come at this, and I don't think we're gonna make it.
Well, the original point was about fucking massage parlors.
Yeah, we were talking about massage parlors and how somehow we got here. I don't know. It hurts.
Because we're talking about. We want to talk about you change the culture of racism. Probably pornography and sexuality and all that.
Okay.
And then we can focus on legislation.
Sure.
Like, listen, you guys are trying to. Maybe if we legalize sex workers, maybe we won't be so
Legalize
they won't
hookers?
have
Is that
to
what you're
have
saying?
sex in the back. If we have progressive legislation on sex work, then maybe we wouldn't have this situation.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
it'll add to the culture of sex. Maybe if we have legislation, I'm making a general point.
Yeah.
Maybe if we have legislation on Asian Americans, then maybe it's going to help to changing the culture of Asian Americans.
Great. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? You hear the dumb stuff coming out. You hear the dumb stuff coming out my mouth right now.
I don't know what to say.
It sounds dumb. Exactly. That's exactly how it sounds. That's exactly how it sounds. And this is what I'm saying. It's so basic. It's so silly. Why even say it? You know what I'm saying? Like, of course we know we need legislation, but it's first you change the culture, then you go into legislation.
Let me ask you this, right? Like, what if you're trying to change the culture, but the current climate and the current like things that are like legal don't allow that to happen?
Oh wait, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading.
Murder is illegal and it still happens. No,
by the way,
get that out of here. Throw that argument out. Throw it out.
Real quick.
Can we get smarter?
Hey, real quick.
I'm trying to
Chill.
Red, please go.
Okay, so like with a population of 12,385 at a confidence level of 95% with a margin of error of 5%, the sample size you would need to find out like what Yale's thing is like 373. So like I'm trying to find like an actual
we don't care about. We don't have to care about. We don't have to focus on Yale. We have to focus on Yale.
No. I'm very passionate about this now.
I'm definitely passionate about legalizing Asian Americans as well. This is something apparently we gotta do.
Legalize sex work and maybe pornography.
Legalize Asian Americans. I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's past time that we legalize my Asian brothers and sisters.
Check
Okay.
it, right? So like,
I felt dirty saying it.
Pause. Like, before, like, it was like illegal to discriminate, right? Like, it was people were allowed to do it, right? So like, it
was also legal to discriminate.
Huh?
It was also legal to discriminate. Like, you forgot, like, in the Constitution, black people were 3/5.
What the fuck are you saying, homie? God.
I'm saying it does. Laws are stupid, bro. Laws are. Listen, laws.
Hey, you said it, not me. All right.
Laws aren't the end all be all. Like, if we could just follow the. Like, no, because we're talking about.
No. Like, I'm done looking up like how liberal Yale is. I don't care.
This perfect world where we just follow the and change.
All right.
Okay.
Quick interjection. Because this is going nowhere.
Oh my God! Stop talking, everyone! Stop! Holy shit! I don't know what just fucking happened here.
Yeah.
I think you drove away half of my panel. I think you drove away half.
Oh, okay. So I do. Wait, stop. Chill. I just found a better poll. It actually has 2,000 responses. So I think this is a sample size that's good enough, and it pretty much is the same conclusion. Yale is very liberal.
Well, it's not pragmatic to say either that, like,
and I trust it even more because it's from the National Review, which fucking hates liberal colleges. So like, I bet it's true. Yeah, they polled 38% of the undergraduate population.
If it was from PragerU, then I would take it seriously. But since it's from the National Review, I can't take it.
You've been slipping. We watched you, Burt Lawyer. You out here. You're compromised.
12% of the student body. 12% of the student body at Yale is conservative or very conservative.
Okay.
So also, something real quick. Chat. Casalbon. I formally am challenging you to debate me on NATO and Yugoslavia. NATO bombing Yugoslavia was based and saved people. Hop on chat, pull up. All right. He won't.
I'm just saying Yale was progressive before the study because.
Wait, do you know people have been subject to NATO bombings, Red Charlotte? Like, that would change my opinion.
If you don't get that gun out of here, you look like the white people are saying I'm American. Get that gun out the camera. Oh my.
I know.
You look like father. I'm a real dad.
All right.
I'm a real American father.
So
picks up the gun.
Assault rifle.
Clear the chamber.
Oh my God.
Clear the chamber.
Please, let's stop talking.
So we want to solve racial issues.
No, we don't want to
but-
solve anything. No, we're done. We're done. We can't solve racial issues. Like, there's no way to solve them. Yeah,
Yes, there is.
No, you can, Prime. You
Oh
can.
my God! Shut up! Oh,
The
yeah,
man
shut up!
went to the
Shut
KKK and said, "Let's be friends."
I have
You
a high. I
can
have a
change
different. I have a
racism.
Canadian perspective.
Come on,
man.
Prime. Don't say that, bro. Prime, I can't let you do it.
Shut up! Everyone, shut up! Kobe, hold on. If you're not named Kobe, shut up! I'm gonna fucking mute you.
I was gonna say I never thought I was gonna say this, but I wish Vivian Wolf was here.
Vivian Wolf would have ended this a long time ago.
So again, this study.
No, shut up! No, don't prime me! Don't prime me! Shut up! Don't prime me!
Constructive take
Again.
for the left.
I don't. No, don't. No, I don't care. I don't. No, the subject is burnt. Sorry.
All right,
Shut up.
I'm done.
All right, bet.
Okay. Thanks. Great.
Yeah, all right.
I smell agenda.
All right. Don't worry. I'm gonna meet you. All right, I'm just gonna meet you. All right. Thanks. So, what the fuck was this? What the fuck was this? What did we just experience here? I don't understand.
Hey, I don't know. Azzy, you're an acid trip, homie. Like, God, I don't know who you are.
What the fuck was this?
Hey, I don't know.
The fact that America says Native American shows how lost we are on like treatment of like First Nations people and stuff like that.
Okay, that's nice. Anyway, seriously, I don't give a shit. I don't want to talk about racism.
Well, can I say something in chat real quick? 'Cause it's not about racism.
Okay.
Where are they? Where are they? Who said it?
Charlie, you can't do this. You can't alienate every single person in chat.
Okay, someone said it in chat. I can't find your name, but whoever just said like bombing never saves lives, hop on stream, debate it. Let's see.
I'll debate you on that.
The dumbest fuck position is that bombing people never saves lives. Yeah, okay, buddy.
2.5 Iraqi civilians would beg to
My
differ.
offer still stands. Okay, just send me those links. Okay, dude.
Okay, so like, how many more people do you think maybe might would have died if ISIS was controlling a half of Iraq and was controlling something like hundreds of millions of dollars of oil fields?
That's our
Right, how
fault
many-
in the first place.
A lot.
Didn't ask that question. Okay, didn't say whose fault. If you really want to go whose fault it is, it's the British fault.
Ours
It's like Pico
fault.
agreement.
Who
It's
invaded
the British fault.
Iraq?
Okay,
The
sure.
fact that our boys have
Revolt
fight
Rise,
for the
that's their
same
name.
towns that
Revolt
they
Rise.
invaded
Revolt
goes
Rise,
to show how
join
big
the
we
fucking stream
fucked
right
up
now.
in the Middle East.
Oh, no.
We fucked up in the Middle East, and we have.
Okay, hold on. These are different claims. The claim that we fucked up in the Middle East is different than the claim that bombing never saves lives. And by
Well,
the way,
it does because it proves success of war, right? Like,
no.
wouldn't saving lives prove that was some success of operation of war, that we did something, we won? Is that not how bombing would save lives in a positive sense?
The bombing saving lives is that you are stopping an action of another group, or the counterfactual is if the bombing never happened, more people would have died. This
And
is like-
wouldn't the end result be victory in order for that to be true, right?
No, not even necessarily. A stalemate can lead to the ceasing of like an ethnic cleansing. Like
We don't do offensive operations necessarily to like save someone's life. Sometimes an offensive operation is literally just to kill somebody.
I'm not saying America or NATO is this altruistic body that is like we must fight for liberal interventionism. We only do things to save lives. Obviously, it like one of the biggest components is natural interest and like expanding our hegemon, right? But for me, we live in a world, right, where we don't have a horizontal power structure where there are 3 hegemons, a distant third with Russia, a close second with China and America, right? I hate American hegemony, right? But I live in reality and understand currently there is going to be a hegemon, and I would rather the hegemon be like a flawed liberal democracy that actually has like some semblance of belief in democracy, human rights, blah 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 blah, over China, which is an autocracy, which has no democracy, which literally like in
We have a law that says we'll invade the Hague
Wait.
if America gets
Are you gonna
tried for
say
war crimes?
Rakesters? You want to have a debate right now over which hegemon has like better for human rights, Chinese, Russian, or American?
Yeah, in regards to foreign policy, yeah, I would, because we.
Okay, so who do you think?
Foreign policy? What the fuck does that even mean? Like what?
No. Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so
Hold on.
America implemented this shock. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Before we go any further, let's play a little foreign policy bingo. Okay, you're going to say China is a better world hegemon, and you're going to use America, or you're going to use the Middle East and the war on terror as an example of how
Well, not
America
even have
bad and
South
China
America
good.
too.
Did China, yes or no? Did China support the American war on terror? They did. Oh, they did the whole time. They've supported us since the 1980s. They funded the same mujahideen that we did.
No.
Okay,
I literally have a meme. I literally have a meme. Do you know like the "so true" meme, right? But it's like Bush saying we need a war on terror, and it's like I don't believe that made up nonsense. And it's Xi Jinping saying like, oh, we need a war on terror, and it's like wow, so true.
No, okay,
Here's
Charlotte,
an
be fair.
example
Be
of where
fair.
the military-industrial complex.
No, hold on.
promotes
It's different.
ethnocentrism. Like
We
this
had a
is-
war on terror. China has a people's war on terror.
We have a war on terror. Okay, so here's what our war on terror does. It makes our veterans kill themselves
people's
at never
genocide.
before seen rates ever before. You want to know why? Because it doesn't work.
Wait, what'd you say?
Okay, tell that to the people in Afghanistan. Tell that to the people in Syria.
I
Right? Tell that
have.
to like the
I
people
will.
in
I have
Kuwait.
a
Tell that to the
friend
people
who's an
in
Iraqi
Kuwait.
refugee
Right?
from the war. Like he has family
wait,
killed by American soldiers. Like
the Iraq War was a disaster, and we shouldn't have done it. But the Iraq War was one war, right? That's one conflict out of many conflicts, right? So you
Well,
can't
we
just
got our
say the
asses
Iraq.
whooped.
So, don't interrupt me. You said you can't just say the Iraq War as like the silver bullet to all of foreign policy and to all of intervention. You're never going to have a perfect record on interventions ever, and no one thinks so, except like the boldest of neocons who just like don't understand anything, right? But I could bring up Yugoslavia. I could bring up Afghanistan. I could bring up Syria. I could bring up Kuwait. I could bring up Somalia. I could bring up the South China Sea. I could bring up all of these things where having a military hegemonic presence, mind you, with the like consent of the people who are there, mind you, Iraq was the one time where we didn't have the consent of Iraqis and like the international community to do something, right? But in Afghanistan, the people of Afghanistan approved the invasion. In Somalia, the people and the government of Somalia was in favor, and the world, of fighting pirates and protecting free trade. People in those Southeast Asian countries, the Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, Korea, approve of American military presence because it protects trade, it fights against Chinese hegemony, and it fights against Chinese aggression. Not fights, deters, because we're not fighting China. But like, to act like American hegemony is worse than a counterfactual Chinese or Russian hegemony is just fucking childish. Like it's so dumb.
Let's go.
I mean,
Brett,
I don't-
hold on. Let's go, Britt Lower.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna jump on this train. Revolt Rise, you're a fucking idiot if you think the Korean War was like a bad military conflict, dude.
Oh my! No, I'm not gonna.
I know.
I'm talking post Vietnam.
No, well, no. So
No.
Revolt Rise,
for the
Revolt
record,
Rise
chat,
is doing a lot of dumb shit in chat.
I am
and
I am
saying
against
that-
the Vietnam War. I'm against the Korean War. I'm against a bunch of other wars. I'm not gonna like sign off.
You're
I'm talking
against the
about modern.
Korean War, but
When I'm
wanna
talking
protect,
about American foreign policy, I am talking about contemporary American foreign policy. I will you will not find me defending anything that happened during the Cold War. None of it.
It's just
Right?
open war, open genocide, just not the other actual wars. I got you.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that?
I said just more open genocide, just not as much as the previous wars.
What genocide has Charlotte supported in the last, like, in anything she said, or they said? Sorry.
So
he said
upwards of
bombs
almost
save lives.
650,000 to 2.5 million Iraqi civilians were killed.
It's not killing a big number is not genocide. Genocide is systematic
2.5
elimination. Where we're trying to
million?
kill all. Number one. I'm sorry. It's like number one. We were not trying to kill all Iraqi people. Okay, the Iraq War is a war crime, but it's a war crime for different reasons. Okay, it's not a genocide. We can't water down these terms. Genocide is not when you
can't
kill.
even be tried in the ICC for war crimes. That's how.
I agree with you. Stop. I literally agree with you. If I was president today, I would literally send Henry Kissinger, Dick Cheney, George Bush, and I would pressure the EU and NATO to send fucking Tony Blair to the ICC to like handle in the court of law to determine if they are responsible for war crimes. Again, saying American hegemony is currently the most desirable out of the current hegemons, and that foreign intervention is sometimes good, is not a endorsement of every single foreign policy move the United States has done. And mind you, notice how in chat I was talking about NATO. right? I have a NATO flag, right? I don't support the American military. I support NATO because it's a multilateral organization that doesn't have a single power that controls everything it does. That Afghanistan is a much better operation, one, because it wasn't based on false pretenses, right? It had legitimate claims. We supported an actual government and an actual people that wanted us there. And the amount of like civilian deaths, one, most of them, 80% of them have been the Taliban. And like over the course of 20 years, mind you, 20 years, it's like 38K, right? That's a lot, but most of them were Taliban. And compared to like the amount of lives it saved and the amount of rights Afghan people enjoy today compared to 2000 since it started in 2001, like is to dismiss this as like evil or bad, literally you're just ignoring the self-determination of the Afghan people.
Okay, I just want to say I appreciate you guys, especially everyone who came on, Cat Daddy, Kobe.
Hey, you call me for Papa.
I just want to finish this tape. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I appreciate you guys. It was fun. You guys are basic. Kobe is a little bit smart.
Who's talking with a
I
sweater?
appreciate him. Prime, he's a brother, so he already's winning. And plus, this is his platform, so he's already doing the right thing. He can't be wrong.
Hey, you almost the right
Shout
thing,
out to
didn't
you. What happened?
Yeah, for that.
I don't know. Just please.
Yo,
continue.
what?
Just
Okay.
don't.
Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Board Lawyer. Shout out to the guy who banned me but tried to keep me down. But you can't
fuck?
keep me down, bro. Oh no, not ban me. Who timed me out? You're a sucker because you paid money to the establishment to try to temporarily ban me. You should have just paid the 50 and got me out of here.
Oh my god.
Have a good night. Follow me @Azzy_Ohm. Twitter, same thing, and Instagram. It's with a period instead of an underscore. Appreciate you guys. Stop being basic.
Good
You're
night, love you, buddy.
Love.
All right, so everyone, I want you guys to look at this map. All right, 1 second while it focuses. This is the South China Sea, right? The red dotted line
Hey, I can't
is what
see.
China claims that it's theirs, right? The other lines are what the international community views as those countries' like territory and their ocean. China is quite literally claiming others people's lands and annexing it into their territory, right? Do you think that the United States and NATO should just not have their like boats stationed there to protect those countries and to protect their sovereignty? Like, do you think it should be
Personally, I think
acceptable for
NATO needs
China
to
to
get
do this?
involved, and like that shouldn't be the responsibility of NATO anymore. That should be a responsibility of like the global, the everybody in like NATO shouldn't be doing these things anymore. In my opinion,
Why?
like because it's it's like in my opinion, like NATO kind of like undermines the whole idea of like our like Senate and like us being able to decide when we take like military action against things.
You
right?
do know any NATO operation is approved by Congress first, right?
No, they're approved under a certain umbrella, right?
No, like
But,
the U.S. Senate
No.
and the House literally pass authorization bills for use of force.
they're not voting on every single drone strike that happens. If that's what you're trying, what I'm trying to say.
What? No, you are so wrong.
Up, right? But I've literally been
nobody.
I know how he's like. I know how.
Why would you want Congress to approve every single strike in an ongoing war?
No, but I want
It's not a
Congress to
turn-based
approve
strategy game, dude.
a beginning and an end, as opposed to an umbrella of an action, right? Of saying like war on terror or act like a campaign in
The
Afghanistan.
war on
right?
terror is a colloquialism. It doesn't.
all, like,
It's not.
forces.
The war on terror isn't a conflict in and of itself. It's an umbrella term for a group of conflicts that each individually
know.
have been approved by Congress.
What I'm saying is like I want Congress to vote and I want them to approve. This we're going to Afghanistan, do this and this, and then we're out, right? I don't want there to be like very like ambiguous umbrella terms, right? Under a coalition of NATO, right? To where we're working with coalition forces and like everything's happening under like coalition like activity, right? Like there's actions that we do, military actions.
Why do you want it to be not a coalition?
Right? And like I just don't. I'm not a fan of that. I think NATO's kind of like outlived.
Why do you prefer unilateral action over multilateral action?
What?
It doesn't have to be multi versus.
When you do unilateral action, you get in Iraq War.
I
Go ahead,
No, no, no. What I'm saying is, like, I would rather
Oh.
have us in control of our own military
Mar-
actions and like Congress voting on like on things
We
we're doing
are.
very ambiguous, like umbrella terms, like a war on terror.
Marks, please.
I don't want to derail too much, but speaking of like, because people were against like the Korean War in here, I don't know that extensively about the Korean War as do other wars. Why, if anybody here is against it, why were you against it? Is there some I don't know?
That's an entire conversation. This is.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah.
And give us some
Sorry,
bullet points.
This got said like
it was a part of communist containment policy. It killed like almost 20% of their population. We destroyed 85% of their buildings. We
Yeah.
literally blew them back to the Stone Age. And a big reason why Korea is such like a despotic, fucking like authoritarian, militaristic nation today is because of the material conditions it was put in. Mind you, I'm not saying that they aren't bad. They are bad, and we should strive to change North Korea and like how they behave. But there are reasons for why they are the way they are. It's because we fucking blew them to the Stone Age.
Yeah, also, but as far as I know, after we defeated Japan, we made a deal with Russia, or sorry, the Soviet Union at the time, to split Korea because that was territorial land. And once we split the leader, we both installed our own like leaders in every region. And then it took the North Korean leader that invaded the southern region, and we nearly defended them. I don't agree with like obviously like bombing innocent civilians and all that shit, but as far as like getting involved in the war, I don't see why it was necessarily bad. Unless you have
It's because it just wasn't. Mind you, the conflict never stopped with the 48th parallel, right? Was always and is still an ongoing conflict. Just because there was like a ceasefire or like a deal for like land doesn't mean that the war ended, right? From their perspective, they were delivering a revolution, right? The revolution doesn't end until it ends, right?
That was the
Like,
last thing we won, though. Like everything that you've named that we've saved hasn't like we haven't been.
So no, I
But
think I kind of get her point. Because yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I can provide, like, we can go over the data over like quality of life in Afghanistan 2001 to now, quality in life in the Balkans, quality of life in like a bunch of these places. Like the
one's
policy
arguing.
scores
I'm
for
not
democracy literally go up in a lot of these places. And
So
like
nobody's arguing that Afghanistan is in a shittier place, right? I'm not arguing that.
they absolutely are.
No, fuck no, that's not what I'm arguing.
That's not what I'm saying.
Thanks for putting an idea in my mouth. What I'm saying is NATO, that is not NATO's purpose, right? Like, since when is Afghanistan, right, a threat to North American like interest? It's not, right? And I get that we are in Afghanistan. We're trying to like figure it out. We're trying to like get an exit plan on this, right? But what I'm saying is like I don't want the umbrella term of like war on terror to hold us there because of NATO alliances.
Hey, I want to ask you something real quick.
Oh, pop off.
Why did we go into Afghanistan?
Oh my god. I understand, right? But like, did we have an exit plan at the time?
No. This is really important because of what you just said something before. Why did we go into Afghanistan? Don't Google it. Don't Google it. So you don't know. So I'm going to tell you. So it was to protect American national security interests and to establish a new government with the Northern Alliance, who was considered by the international community as the government in exile, and to remove the Taliban from power because the Taliban refused to close their terrorist training camps and harboring Al-Qaeda, which I don't know if you know, Al-Qaeda did, and well, not anymore, really, did present a national security risk to the United States because they literally flew 2 planes into buildings and killed 3,000 people. The
Yes,
reason we went to
very aware.
Afghanistan
Thank you
was
for the
literally to
history.
remove the Taliban from
very-
power,
I really appreciate the
assist in ally power, and also to remove the terrorist training camps that were and continue to be a national security risk to the United States and to its allies. It was literally to improve American national security.
That's why Asian massage parlors.
And we've
have
met
shut up.
95% of our mission objectives in Afghanistan.
What?
95% of our mission objectives in Afghanistan, I think it was 93% actually, have been met in Afghanistan. Like the war in Afghanistan is a huge success. Like
I'm not sure about that.
I could go on all day about like why it is, but
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I'm curious. Like, why do you think it is?
Because there's literally a government that controls most of the country. There's a somewhat what's the word? Blooming, fledgling democracy. They have courts. They have laws. Women have access to education. They have access to healthcare. They have access to social services. They have
curtail the
Oh
Taliban
my
and
God.
like Al Qaeda forces.
The Taliban only controls 20% of the country, and it's mostly rural land, and they only have jurisdiction over
aware.
like 1.5 million people out of 40 million.
Okay, like I'm glad you like know all these statistics off the top of your head, but you're not answering my question, right? I asked you, was our mission to like introduce democracy?
So yes, one of our mission objectives was literally remove the Taliban from power and establish a new government. That was literally one of the like mission objectives.
Was that like?
Sorry, we got. Hold on, sorry. To the new person, Benja, we have a lot of background noise coming from you. If you could, maybe it's like a fan or something. I don't know. Can you hear us, Benja? You. Hello, hi. Can you hear us?
Ben.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. We got a lot of background noise coming from you. Sorry.
Mute.
Oh,
okay, thank you. So, like, I don't know about you. I actually personally, I think, right, like that we shouldn't only go and help other countries when it's a security risk to us, because humans, I think, have a moral obligation to help other people when
That's
they
not
are
our
in
responsibility,
danger.
though.
It is our responsibility because we have the ability,
organizations like the UN,
we have the
right?
means to, with pocket change, to literally uplift and liberate tens of millions of people from literal fucking theocratic fascist warlords, right? And I actually think the terrorist camp stuff was secondary to why I am for the Afghanistan war. I am for the Afghanistan war because I view it as a war of liberation for 40 fucking million people who have lived in a fucking shithole since the 1970s when their government was couped and their government was destroyed.
I'm
like,
not
by the Soviet
disagreeing.
Union.
Look,
Like I don't.
Pause. I'm not disagreeing, right? That there was not good outcomes, right? However, the mission was not to build up a government in Afghanistan. That's not our responsibility, right? We have organizations like the UN, right? We have other European coalitions that live on that continent,
Wait, weren't you
right?
railing
that can
against the
deal with
UN
these
like
things,
5
right?
minutes ago?
And like it's not it's like the things like NATO, right? These like coalition like connections that's keeping us there for no fucking reason, honestly. Like it's not our responsibility to police the world.
Why is it not our? Why is it? Well, first, we're not policing them. We're literally there at their request. They want us to be there. Why?
I know they do.
But why do you think we don't have an obligation to help people? Mind you, I'm gonna give you the counterfactual. I'm gonna give you what's going to happen if the United States pulls out today, right?
I already know what's gonna happen if we pull out today. Trust me.
If we pull out at all before before the ANA is ready to defend itself against the Taliban. What do you mean? You're literally not coming to
Okay. Let me try to interject here, right? And I think what you're stumbling because this is too much. But Charlotte, what you're stumbling upon is where I would call this a failure, right? The fact that after 20 years, that the Afghani forces cannot we still after that.
How is that a failure?
Billions and billions of dollars after 20 years, and they still don't pocket change me. Don't pocket change me that. Holy crap! All the money we spent, right, to liberate this country, right, to kick out the bad Taliban. Okay, done. But now, still at this point, we have to stay. When will they? What is it going to be? 40 years? Is it going to be 50 years? Is it going to be 100 years? Is it okay? All right. Oh, see, there we go. See, there we go.
I literally don't care how long it takes.
No, and there's no difference. I'm just pointing out a difference here. Okay. No. The difference here is that, like, if you honestly don't care, if that's like not a concern, that the U.S. actually might never leave. Then our metrics for success are completely different. If you're saying that you and I could die and the Afghanistan war could still be going on, that we could still have troops, right, waiting for the Afghanis to stand up and be able to fight the Taliban, right? Then yes, then we're talking about two completely different things here. And there's no way we'll be able to agree.
We literally have soldiers stationed in Japan.
The
war in Japan ended in the fort. No, it's not bad because it protects Japanese people from Chinese aggression.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say here, though?
No. Let me finish. No, stop. I need to finish. So, like, the reason why time doesn't matter. The reason why time doesn't matter is because this has nothing to do with the moral equation. So long as we can afford it, which we can, and that pocket change comment isn't just like stop talking. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. Please stop talking.
Let her
Like,
finish.
the pocket change comment was not hyperbole. It was not me using a like
I know.
fanciful expression.
I know.
I'm literally saying
I know.
as the government spending about like $40 billion a year, I think it's like 1 trillion hitting now after 20 years.
Yeah.
Is literally nothing if you know anything about government spending.
Yeah.
It is literal fucking pocket
Literally,
change to uphold the safety, the security, the democracy, and the well-being of people in
Of the world.
Afghanistan.
So
if
then-
$40 billion a year secures the lives of 40 million people for like for the time being, that's a success.
Okay.
That's hyperbole there.
No,
You
it's not
can't-
hyperbole.
You can't possibly
Cash,
say
question.
that
When does
you
it
are
end?
saving every 40 million people that exist in that country.
No, I am not. That's not hyperbole.
What? Okay. All right.
When
so,
That
hold on.
is that is extremely
The
Like,
Taliban
okay,
was literally slaughtered 200,000 people in the 90s.
Okay.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, all right.
Well,
So,
the
hold on.
people
Stop.
over
Everyone
10
stop.
years?
There's some people, and I want them to be able to get a shot at this, right? So I just want to move on, even though I deeply disagree with Charlotte. Maybe we'll have a long conversation about this later. But that's okay. So why don't we start with Benja? Who were here before? You can unmute yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Go.
Oh, what was the question? Just so I can understand what I'm going for.
Oh, we're talking about Afghanistan and whether the war there is successful or not.
Okay, so where I come from is that like I would want everyone to be peaceful, obviously, right? But like I understand there's more nuance to that, and like I think we should be more isolationist. But if we're going to involve like America in other countries' issues, we should have an exit plan. And I don't think America has an exit plan.
I would agree.
It quite literally does.
And sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna get into it. I'm just gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to do this later with you. So Danagram, hold on. I want to make sure. Hold on. I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to say something. Danagram, and we can hear ourselves. So put yourself on mute again, Ben. You put yourself on mute again.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Danagram, if you have something to say, then we'll go to Tiberius.
I don't really have a whole lot to add. I think Charlotte has kind of said it all, and I would defend many of their stances, but I would just be repeating a lot of their points. So if I could get a chance, if we continue on this subject, to maybe respond and let a different voice speak instead of Charlotte, then I'll chime in then.
Tiberius.
Thank you. The long and the short of this conversation basically boils down into, whether it's sunk cost fallacy, that kind of thing, to say, hey, look, is investing in nation building in Afghanistan actually worth anything? I've made the argument here personally many, many times that investing in Europe was absolutely in the national security interests of the United States. I absolutely support that. And, what we talked about, Oceania, Japan, that kind of thing. Is Afghanistan fall in the same category? Does Iraq? Well, at least from what I am personally seeing, I'm not seeing a lot of improvement. Iraq has basically fallen apart into 3 semi-autonomous nation states, and Afghanistan is basically still in civil war. So yeah, I'm not exactly on board with it with this conversation, because I don't think there's a win scenario here. We will always be there, and unlike Germany or unlike Japan, where we actually have stable, viable democracies, the most likely outcome here is that we're literally in the forever war.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll let Red Charlotte and then Feline Father get the last words on this. So go ahead now, but don't take too long. Seriously, I don't.
Yeah, the goal should be nation building, which a big part of what we're doing now literally is. We literally have spent, I think the number I checked was in 2013, so it's been even more since then. By 2013, we had spent like triple in Afghanistan just on infrastructure than we did on fucking Nazi Germany in the 50s. Like, we are focusing on nation building, helping them build up their government infrastructure. Because I don't know about you guys, it takes a lot of time and effort to build a country, especially one that's stable. And in the places like Kabul, where people enjoy like immense amounts of civil rights compared to where they were, like if we leave, right, and like stop helping them, they will die, their country will fall, and the Taliban will hold mass executions, especially of women, in Kabul.
Cool.
Okay. All right, Feline Father.
Wonderful. So I'm glad you mentioned Kabul because that was actually the location of my last deployment in 2017, right? And I can tell you, right, that the people in Afghanistan and in Kabul, yes, they want change. They do want us there, right? But that's the thing, right? They want us there so badly that they don't have to do it themselves. They don't want to like defend themselves, right? And it's like yes, I'm not saying that we have our time there has not been good. I'm saying that our time there has been nothing but positive, right? You're correct that we have spent a lot of money in infrastructure, but the reason that we've spent so much money on infrastructure is because we kept building that fucking road that kept getting destroyed every time we built it, right? And we kept going around and around that fucking circle, kept trying to build it up, right? And again, what we were doing is good, right? We had good intentions of nation building. That's a good thing to do. However, what I'm saying is that we don't need to be the world defender anymore. You're like made very good plans, right? We have bases in Germany, we have bases in Japan, we have bases in Australia, we have bases in Britain, we have bases in France. Why? There's no reason for us to be there anymore. There's no reason for us to be the global defenders anymore. And I get the idea that like us being there is like stability, right? That's fine. I get it. Like we have the best military in the world, and I'm never gonna say we don't. But that's the problem, right? Is that there is no backstop, right? Because we're so good at what we fucking do, because we've been doing it for so goddamn long, nobody else wants to pick up the fucking slack. And everyone's just allowing us to do it. Like if we just need to say, hey, we're not gonna do this anymore. We need to pull back our troops, reduce our military, and let the world do the world. Like I don't understand like your stance of like saying that we should just be the global defenders. Like what is your stance? Like what do you think?
Because we have the ability to.
Nope. Finish your point.
And that's what it is, right? It's because we can, right? Not because we should, right? Because we can, because we have been doing it.
Okay, great. So this is great. We should pick this up again in the future. That'd be fun. It's been 8 hours, and we're not doing what we did last night again. So we're ending it here. I'm gonna send you off to our good friend Jack. Tomorrow we'll have a debate with Vosh and Destiny and Vivian Wolf and Aris and all that. So come back for that. If you haven't followed the channel yet, please follow the channel. Now's the time. Do it. Follow the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know I'm going live. And then the day after that, we'll have our prime time morale type thing. It'll be great. To our new people, please come earlier next time. That'll be great. All right. So anyway, off you go to Rebel Jack, and please be kind to her. She was here earlier. No, not earlier. Well, she was here.